like the ocean, love you in slow motion. Anything it takes to make you stay. But I can't rely on you. Doesn't matter what I do. You say you need a time, I think you mean a buyout. Cause it's pretty clear you're on your way out. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty tone, cause you're not alone, yeah. You said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. Say it to my face, you're sorry. And I quit my job for you, even quit some friends for you. Cause you couldn't stand it, me all independent, so you had to have me for yourself. That was when I trusted you, when I could add up 2 and 2. When you promised we'd be together, you, me, forever. Now there's nothing left to lose. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty tone, cause you're not alone, yeah. You said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. Say it to my face, you're sorry. This time I think I get it. This love was overrated. No more infatuated. And I blame it on you, I blame it on you, yeah. This time I hope you get it. In love you shouldn't fake it, no. I'm old enough to take it. So just say it to me, say it to me. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. Say it to my face. You're sorry. am looking for a fire to keep me on the line. Yeah, a fire with a dazzling light. And I don't know if I am closer. Still looking for a fire in the end of the night. So don't hide it, 'cause I know that you do. I know that you do. Gotta find it now. I gotta find it now. Before it's over. Gotta find it now. I gotta find it I remember when you told me it's alright. Don't know why I could not see. We have to stay together now. Save me some time. Gonna be fine. The light. I am looking for a fire to keep me on the line. Yeah, a fire with a dazzling light. And I don't know if I am closer. Still looking for a fire in the end of the night. So don't hide it, 'cause I know that you do. I know that you do. Gotta find it now. I gotta find it now. Wait for me, baby. I gotta find it now. I gotta find it now. You say that you will change the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you wear your hair. Change the way you dress, the way you kiss, everything, 'cause you are scared that I might leave you. Well, why should I leave you? Baby, please don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to me that way. 'Cause I think you're perfect for me, just the way you are. And I don't ever want to leave you. Baby, don't you talk to me that way. Yeah, And I'm sorry if I sound a little harsh, but I don't know how to get through to you. Because you don't seem to know that you are everything a girl could dream of. Baby, won't you hear me? Don't talk to me that way. 'Cause I think you're perfect for losing sleep while driving in the backseat. What's left of me? Drowning in what feels just like an ocean. Negativity is getting closer. Hard to keep the heat when it gets colder. You know, sometimes everything just gets hard. Sometimes everything just gets harder. Feeling like I'm missing some parts. Days just keep on getting much darker. Even when I'm down in the low, I remember what you were saying. Sometimes all you need is a spark. And maybe just a better kind of bitter. Lose gravity, I'm swimming in the quicksand. Up to my knees. Keep losing sleep, I'm manic, dream at midnight. So hard to please. Drowning in what feels just like an ocean. Negativity is getting closer. Hard to keep the heat when it gets colder. You know, sometimes everything just gets hard. Sometimes everything just gets harder. Feeling like I'm missing some parts. Days just keep on getting much darker. Even when I'm down in the low, I remember what you were saying. Sometimes all you need is a spark. And maybe just a better kind of bitter. Bitter, 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 think about the stuff we play. How I'd rather do that instead. I keep screaming out loud from the top of my lungs, baby. Ooh, think about the stuff we play. How I'd rather do that instead. I keep screaming out loud from the top of my lungs, baby. Ooh, think about the stuff we play. How I'd rather do that instead. I keep screaming out loud from the top of my lungs, baby. Ooh, think about the stuff we play. How I'd rather do that instead. I keep screaming out loud from the top of my lungs, baby. What a night, people dancing in slow motion, blurry eyes. But I've had enough, it's time to say goodbye. 3 a.m. as I'm walking home with a smile. Smoky moon, like a shiver, all the shadows fade away. All your streets are empty, lights begin to sway. 4 a.m. as I think, oh, Stockholm love. Sometimes I picture how life had been in Paris or New York or Shanghai. But you know what they say, east or west, our home is best. Warming rays, golden sunlight as the city wakes. Oh, my love for you will never fade away. 5 a.m. as I sing.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on? It's Jayy Red Unfiltered, and we are back with another show. We're gonna get into this. Sorry, I had to get a bite to eat real quick. back. Sorry about that. You know, a little unprofessional, but we struggle streaming. That's what we do over here. So, hope you guys are having a great evening on this Monday. The Monday has definitely been Monday, and it's definitely been Monday. But I hope you guys are having a great day. So, just want to say first and foremost that I appreciate each and every one of you that tune in to this video. I appreciate everyone that's tuned into this video. And you know, it means a lot to me because you know, you could be anywhere, you could be doing anything, but you chose to be here and rock out with me, and I appreciate you for that. So, I was supposed to be having a guest today, but before that happens, I just want to have just start the conversation out with just getting into it. And what we're dealing with what we're dealing with today is the fact, or what this situation, a specific situation that just occurred, and what that says about black culture. Now, you probably understand from the title that I'm talking about a teen girl who was hospitalized after getting into a fight. Well, let's get into the story. Hold on. Because we're going to get into the story because people love to look at these situations and they don't understand that these situations aren't just surface level situations. They aren't just surface level situations. These situations directly prove the point that I've consistently been trying to make. And that is, when I say that black culture is trash, I'm not just saying black culture is trash to say that it's trash. And I back it up with variables. And one of those variables is the youth. The fact that the youth are a direct reflection of what we see, or what black culture is. We can use the youth as a direct reflection, and because that's what they are. The youth are blank canvases that basically reflect whatever they're taught, whatever they're shown, whatever they're influenced by. So when we see these young kids that are engaged in this egregious behavior, we can't just blame the kids. No, we have to blame the culture that actually brought those kids, that cultivated those kids. When they, once you reach adulthood, yes, I believe that you have to be accountable for your actions, but it's ignorant to think that these kids are not influenced by what they see. And a lot of what they see is a reflection of the trash aspects of black culture. And that's really just the truth of the matter. That's the truth of the matter. What these kids are seeing and what they're exhibiting is the trash of black culture. And so, like I said, I mean, people are going to have their opinions about this, and we may agree or we may disagree about this thing. But at the end of the day, we have to really look and understand the root of problems, the root of issues, not just looking at them on the surface. Because yeah, on the surface, it was messed up what the girl did. Yeah, on the surface, yeah, she brutalized that girl. Yeah, on the surface, we can talk about that. And I'm not going to show the video. I wish I could show the video. I wish that YouTube was a type of platform where we could actually show the video. But guess what? It's not. It's not. So I apologize. But I honestly did not watch the video all the way through. The minute I seen her picking her head up, I was not about to watch that girl seize up. I'm just gonna be real with you. That's just me. I don't have the stomach for that kind of stuff anymore. It's only so many dead bodies, so many people passing away, and just made a mockery on camera and social media for the internet. It's enough for me. I'm just being honest. It's enough for me. I've had enough of it. But what we are going to do is we're going to look at these articles. And because what do we think about it? We have to really understand what we're dealing with. We have to understand what we're dealing with.
Hand off your taxes to a trusted expert and get $100 back instantly.
Oh, sorry, guys. Struggle streaming. But yeah, we have to actually look and dissect what's going on in these situations in order to really understand and really, be able to give an accurate opinion.
We have new details on a fight that landed one young woman in the hospital. Police say they have a suspect in custody in a case of what they call an assault on Friday. North County Police received a call to the area of Northgate Drive and Claudine Drive.
In case you haven't heard, the backstory behind this situation is these two girls, these two young girls, one of these two 15-year-old girls met up. They met up to fight outside of school, right? And this school is not too far. It's not too far from your boy. It's not too far from where I live. So that's the thing that people got to understand. This kind of stuff is the stuff that we see every day. And just living from a place like St. Louis, if you never notice, never pay attention, we go viral for the worst things. If you ever pay attention to St. Louis, there is nothing good. Like, if anybody in the comment section cares to name me a time or an instance where St. Louis was actually on the news for something positive or something other than destruction. Something other than just the worst negative things, whether it be the STD outbreaks or whether it's the murder rate. When has St. Louis ever just been on the news for something? And I live here. When has it ever been that way? When has it ever been that way? When has St. Louis ever been on the news for something positive? And feel free to let me know. Feel free to let me know in the comment section because I'm curious to know. I live here and I would like to know what the world thinks about St. Louis or the world feels about St. Louis. Because at the end of the day, we don't got a good rep. That's the truth of the matter. It's not a good rep. And this is the perfect example of it. This is going viral. This video is going viral. It's going viral.
Shortly after 2:30 on Friday. As we told you yesterday, this fight did not take place in the grounds of Hazelwood East School. When police arrived, they found a young woman suffering from what they call a severe head injury. Police say a 15-year-old female suspect is in custody at St. Louis County Family Court on assault charges relating to the injuries, and an investigation is ongoing. Now, if you have any information at all, please contact St. Louis County Police Department. Here's a number for you, 636-529-8210.
I'm genuinely surprised she got assault because if you really think about it, I'm just going to, like I said, I'm not going to play the video. I'm not playing the video because, YouTube has rules and I have to abide by them. But what's going on, Time? Time says, Jay Red in chat, peace and blessings. Appreciate you for stopping through, Time. Yeah, as I was saying, YouTube has rules, so I'm not going to play this video, but I can break down exactly what happened. Or in a nutshell, give you a rough idea of what happened. These two girls, for those of you who care, one is a white girl, one is a black girl. Whatever happened, these two meet up, they decide that they want to fight. They meet up, and these two girls get into it. Soon as they start fighting, the black girl gets to wailing on her, and then she beats her. She beats her. She whoops the girl. She whooping the girl. Other girl doesn't even have a chance. We talking all this in the span of 30-something seconds. This is not even a close fight. So she gets to wailing on the girl, right? And as she's wailing on the girl, look, this is why I say I can't show the video, because then she gets to slamming this girl's head on the ground. Slamming her head. Boom, boom, boom. Gets to slamming this girl's head. This is where I turn the video off. But basically what happened is this girl started seizing up. She had a seizure, and then everybody thought she was dead. Everybody thought she wasn't alive anymore. That was the story. Everybody thought that she was gone. Everybody thought that she was gone. But no, it turns out that she's still here. She's in critical condition. The girl's in critical condition. But when we look at this situation, my opinion might not be the shared opinion of what everybody thinks. And I don't care about that. But what I care about is that I need people to really see and pay attention and understand that this is normal. We live in such a screwed up society, and in this city, that's normal. Around the world, that's normal. In Black culture, that's normal. I see so many people that's sitting up here being hypocrites, talking about, oh, these kids ain't nothing like how we used to be. Look, the only difference is that now there's social media to shine a light on it. And the truth is, social media is shining a light on it, exposes how trash it is. It exposes how trash it is. Because at the end of the day, the people that were sitting around recording that girl, sitting around recording, but they let that fight happen. They let it go on. They laughed at it. And if the girl wouldn't have got hurt, wouldn't nobody have batted an eye. So that's the problem. Nobody actually has a problem with, like, everybody's hurt and upset about the outcome. You're upset that the girl got hurt. And look, I'm not talking to everybody. I'm having a specific conversation about people that I've seen making posts about this, making comments about this. You sit there and you condone this type of behavior all year round. All year round, every day of the week, you see this type of stuff, you don't bat an eye. You get on World Star, you look at these type of videos all the time. You get on World Star, you watch fight videos, and guess what? I've been there. So that's what I'm saying. You cannot bullshit a bullshitter. I know. You get on these social media platforms, you watch these types of incidents, you record them whenever you see them. So what it is you don't actually have a problem with the behavior that led up to the bad result. The fact is that this overly violent culture, and I'm not saying that fights don't happen. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this spectacle of it, this idea that, you know, like once upon a time, it was like a code of honor where people would break fights up if they were going the wrong way. You wasn't trying to hurt people. You were trying to get your point across. But guess what? When you live in a violent culture, when you have a culture with violent music that's promoting a lifestyle of violence, of a lack of care for human life, then guess what? That is the result. That's the result. People didn't just start having fist fights. Girls didn't just start having fist fights. But the problem is when you constantly are embedding the idea of a lack of value for human life, then guess what? This is the result that you see. And we've seen it time and time again. Do any of y'all remember? Do any of y'all remember that story about that girl who went to Mexico with her friends? You know what I'm saying? That girl who went to Mexico with her friends and they stripped her butt ass naked. Or no, they didn't strip her butt naked. I'm sorry, I misspoke. But she was butt ass naked and they beat her out the bed. She didn't want to fight, and then they kept beating the girl, and then they end up unaliving her. They unalived her, and then they left her there. Social media had to watch that. Her family had to watch that. Now, does anybody want to think about how this girl's family feels? Having to watch that on social media, having to sit there and look at they little girl, they daughter, sitting there having a seizure on the internet before they probably even found out. Make that make sense. Really put that in perspective. That we live in an age where you literally can find out about your family member being brutalized or being hospitalized or being unalived before you even get the call. So now they have to deal with her in real life, and they have to deal with the internet basically just parading the video. And it's people that share the video. And guess what? Do you? Do you? I'm past that stage of my life where I'm sharing that kind of crap. That's just me. And I'm not trying to act like I'm holier than thou. That's not the case. What I'm saying is when you spread that kind of fucked up toxicity, you're part of the problem. And I hate to say that, but it's the truth. It's the truth. Um, my boy Aaron says, them days long gone, bro. And yeah, like you said, they pumped it into us through the music. And that's the truth of the matter. Like, think about it. Like, there's certain music that you can literally listen to, and it puts you in a mood to do certain things. And it makes you desensitized to certain things. And I don't get how people don't see how this reflects on the culture. Like seriously, I don't get how people don't see how it actually impacts or influences, it influences everything. Everything is culture. The way your art, your expression, the way you talk, the way you carry yourself, the way you carry yourself as a group, your standards, your values, all of those things play in the culture. And look, if you can't look at your youth and see a reflection of the culture, then aren't we in trouble? Aren't we in trouble? Because at the end of the day, we're the only ones that have the power to fix anything that's going on in the black community. The white man can't save us. White man can't help us. White man not worried about us. Pookie can't save us. Pookie can't even save himself. So what are we gonna do? When are we gonna stop just embracing the trash? You know what I mean? It's not like I'm ignorant enough to say that everything negative or everything wrong is gonna go away just by pretending it doesn't exist. No, I'm saying, why do we have to embrace it? Everybody's argument they love to make is, oh, well, every culture, appreciate y'all comments, by the way. Sorry about that. I appreciate y'all comments. Thank you. If everybody loves to say that, oh well, every culture has their problems, every culture has their issues, and yeah, but guess what? Two things. I'm only worried about black culture because I'm black. I'm black, so yes, I'm worried about black culture. Number one. Number two, you don't see other cultures embrace it the way black culture does. And if they do, they sure as hell don't do it in public. It's about the image of black culture. It matters. That's what I'm talking about. So when we sit up and say, oh, well, all other cultures got they bad too. Yeah, I know that. I'm not stupid. I know that that's the case. I know that that's the case. Aaron says, we see it, but most of the people seeing it scared to say something. One of our biggest flaws as a culture is we don't hold ourselves accountable. We embrace our villains and criticize our heroes. Yeah, absolutely right. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. And it's sad. It's really sad because then they judge you. You know what I mean? They judge you and the love stop. Like the minute you start talking like this, the love stops. You know what I mean? And people don't get it. Like we only supposed to be able to embrace. We only embrace people that just go along to get along, go along with our narratives and all that kind of stuff. And then yeah, it's just sad, man. It's really sad. It's really sad. Aaron says facts. Right on, bro. Um Time says Thanksgiving, Christmas, and then Mother's Day, and we can blame fathers for our kids when child support is so much more important to a child than its father. Mandatory DNA testing is important. Yeah, Yeah, I actually agree. I understood exactly what you were saying. Yeah, I think it's crazy. And yeah, a lot of people are more worried about child support. They are more worried about child support than the fact that the father is being in the home, because that's a big issue right here. This is what I mean when I say that this proves my point. This is proving a point about black culture. This proves that, one, it's a jacked up family structure going on. And for those of you that know, I understand that that girl's white. But for those of you who know, usually you I'm not gonna assume anything. But in this type of situation, that girl was most likely influenced by black culture to a certain degree. She was living amongst black culture, if we're just gonna be honest. If we're being honest. And also, who do you think the people are that were sitting around recording? The people that were encouraging it. Like, yeah, and Aaron says facts. This situation does not happen if there are strong fathers in the picture. And you absolutely right. And that's the truth. That's the biggest problem with black culture, is that is no there is no family structure. And the reason there's no family structure is because they won't allow a lot of men to be fathers. And the ones that are trying got to fight to do it. And guess what? The ones they're picking end up being the most trash ones. So then they sit up and complain about how there are no good men, but then they pick poor dudes to be their to father their children. But then at the same time, they create these households where there is no father, and then wonder why the kids grow up and don't really have any solid structure. You like, do y'all understand how confusing that conundrum is? But that's black culture. That's the culture. And that's why I've said before that we're a culture of hyenas. Mentally. A culture of mental hyenas. The women get all to say. And they say that they don't need men. So guess what? Boop. That's the truth. Now we look at the results. Now, we don't know that one, like that little girl's family situation per se. We don't know either of those little girls' family situation. But what we do know is that these young people are reflective of the culture. And even if the girl had great family structure, she was probably influenced by someone who didn't. That's the truth. You see, in general, you see a behavior difference between people that grow up with strong fathers in stable homes. You see a difference than the kids that don't. Now, I hate to say that, but it's just the truth. There is a difference. There is a difference. And most of the time, what I notice that difference is conviction. There's a conviction, or a certain conviction that they have that keeps them, even if they go down the wrong path, there's always a home to go back to. And when I say a home, I mean there's somewhere to return to, like the prodigal son almost. Like, it's just different. It's different. And oh man, it's just different. Time says, J Red, I hate to say it, but our culture is trash. I agree, and I don't hate to say it. I say it all the time. I say it all the time, seriously. Um Aaron says, the sad truth to all this is the black girl and white girl were fighting over a black boy. She definitely was invested in black culture per se. This wasn't a race issue until the world made it one. Absolutely. And that's why I was purposely avoiding mentioning her race when I was describing it. That's exactly why, because the situation doesn't have anything to do with race. The situation doesn't have anything to do with race, but everybody, the minute that they say, "Oh, it's a white girl and a black girl," because I've seen people say, "Well, if the world, if the roles were reversed, then maybe people would care more, it'd be more news coverage. I've seen people like on the conservative side say that, and then it's people that feel like it's not enough coverage from the black side or the the leftist side. I think that you're right. It's not a race issue. It's not a race issue at all. It's literally like you said. It's two girls that were involved in black culture that ended up, they were basically fighting over dick. And I hate to say that. Excuse my French. You know what I mean? But and it's sickening. It's sickening. It's really sickening. I hate to see it, and I hate to see it. Like, that's crazy. Like they were just fighting over a dude, fighting over a dude, and now she's in the hospital. But nobody wants to talk about the fact of just how stupid a lot of these situations end up. See, I firmly believe it's nothing wrong with a good fight. If you got to fight it out, fight it out. But you know what I mean? But why is it that people are just value human life so much? And let me correct that, because let me just say that. I say if two people agree to mutual combat, that means if you want to fight, because everybody doesn't need that. Everybody doesn't have time for that. So I'm saying if two people agree to mutual combat, then you should be able to do that. But why is it that you have to fight so much hard to where you're trying to take the person's life? We're not in that we're not in that uncivilized barbaric era anymore. Are we? Haven't we civilized enough to where we could just go on about and just let people just live to fight another day? Just get your issue off. Because we're talking about kids here. We're talking about kids. It's not like we're talking about grown folks. We're talking about kids. We're not talking about people that got like real issues and real beefs. We're talking about like teenagers. Teenagers. It's not a race issue, though. It's not a race issue. But it is a culture issue. It is a culture issue for sure. For sure. Time says, I believe black women are competing with black men. That's why we are where we are. Yeah, I agree. They think that there are a lot of them that think that they can be in the same positions, but we all have different distinct roles. And of those distinct roles, men should be men, and men are in a certain position to be leaders in not just the society, but in the home. And when they're not allowed to do that, and you have these women thinking that they can raise men, when in reality, a woman cannot raise a man. She can't teach a man to be a man. So you have a lot of women that are trying to play the role of either both parents, or they're trying to fulfill a role that they weren't designed to play. And at the end of the day, we see the results. We see the results. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not to say that those kids can't grow up and be better than kids that grow up from a two-parent household. It's just saying it's going to make it harder because they have more obstacles to face. They have more obstacles to face. And that's just the thing. When kids are denied the paternal presence, it has an effect on them. It has an effect on them. Meg, I don't want to mispronounce that. Meg says a lot of black people unaliving and attacking people in New York City for little to no reason at the moment. I mean, I've kind of noticed that that kind of stuff goes on or has been going on. That's real bad during the pandemic, but yeah, I don't get it. But I mean, yeah, a lot of people are just violent, and sometimes they just have issues. But I've seen the video, so I can't deny that. You know what I mean? Can't deny that. I've seen the videos. Man says the biggest issue is not walking away and persisting into negativity. Yeah, and what you're right, but the problem is in black culture, you're not allowed to walk away. You're not allowed to walk away. You're looked at as less than if you walk away. If you don't engage or you're not standing on business and you're not with the rah-rah at any given moment, you're looked at as less than in black culture. And that's a general rule. It's not the absolute rule, but it's a general rule. And you're looked at as a punk. You're looked at as less than. The women won't respect you as much. You know what I mean? And that's just the truth. So at the end of the day, yes, you're absolutely right. And that's one of the reasons why I do think that black culture is trash. But you have to understand that in black culture, we can't, like, it's not something that we're supposed to do. We're not taught that. We're not trained to walk away or to de-escalate versus escalation. You know what I mean? We're not taught those types of things. And I'm not making an excuse for it. I'm calling it trash. You know what I mean? But I'm just letting you know that, yeah, that's black culture. You know what I mean? And yeah, I don't want to assume what you are, so that's what I'm saying. So that's all. Well, I appreciate y'all comments though, seriously. Um Time says, don't let women lie to you. Men women compete with each other every day. That's a fact. Uh man says not even that can permanently damage you. People can't walk away. Yes, that's true. Yeah, that's the truth. I mean, people can't walk away, and like I said, that's just part of the culture. Um, Aaron says in this case, the black girl was a bus rider who walked home instead of taking the bus. And the white girl called an Uber to where the black girl lives, so both parties are in the wrong. Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. I heard that. I heard that the white girl did pull up. I did hear that. Oh, and that's what I'm saying, guys. Like for those of y'all that don't know, like I said, I'm from St. Louis, so like this is something that's close to home. So it's like it's not just something that I'm just talking about just for no reason. Just so you know, like this is a big deal. It just goes to prove my point. Both parties are in the wrong. Like just like he said, when anytime you go out your way, and I've done it, I've been there, but guess what? You're in the wrong. You're in the wrong. They were in the wrong. Aaron says, right, they both are 15. Yeah, that's crazy. Straight 15. And the girl's lucky the girl ain't dead yet, or she would have got charged. She would have got charged way worse. And I still wouldn't be surprised if there's an attempted charge coming. I still wouldn't be surprised. Uh Time says, our black culture feed off drama and gossip. Don't chase or argue with the lie. Just keep grinding and winning. A lie travels faster than the truth. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. That's why platforms like World Star do so well. You know what I mean? That's why platforms like YouTube was appealing to us. Like we've all watched some of this nonsense. We've all gotten on here and watched the nonsense. And I understand. I'm not judging you for it. What I'm saying is that we have to eventually take accountability for the role that has played into where we are now, where people got to find out about their loved ones on social media. That's what we're dealing with now. That's what we're dealing with now, and it's pathetic. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. And yeah, I'm just quite frankly, I'm tired of it. But let's keep let's look at this video right here. Just that, yeah, that's about as much of the video as y'all are gonna see, people. Just so you know. That's just to let you know what was going on. That's about as much as you're gonna see. from me.
Tonight, a Hazelwood East High School student is in the hospital with a severe head injury after a gruesome fight. Right now, a shocking video of the fight is going viral online. One local leader says he wants to find ways to stop teen violence. Good evening, I'm Mike Bush. The fight happened on Friday, not too far from campus. Police say a 15-year-old girl is in custody in connection to the fight. 5 on Your Side will not be showing this video because of how graphic it is. Our Travis Cummings talked.
Oh, yeah, by the way, Aaron, if you still in the chat, bro, if you ever want to come up, bro, you are more than welcome. I'll drop the link for you, bro, if you ever want to come up. Seriously, real talk.
To a leader who says it should have never gotten to this point.
It's not an easy sight.
Oh, Time says, Jayy Red, that fried ravioli, I was shocked at how good it was. Salute to St. Louis. Yeah. And what's actually crazy is we didn't know that it was called fried ravioli, or I didn't know that it was called fried ravioli until I actually started talking to people that visited St. Louis and weren't from here. Here we call it toasted ravioli. We call it toasted ravioli here. So it's like it's great, but this stuff tastes amazing. it tastes. Oh my God, it tastes amazing. It tastes amazing. Great stuff. Truly great stuff. Shout out to you, Tom. Salute. Mad says, I'm trying my best to explain to my older folks to stop going urban businesses that your average beggars can walk into. In the hood, negative energy squat at stores. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody should go to those kind of stores either. I mean, I honestly, I'm not gonna say that I don't, but as a general rule, like I think, yeah, I would agree. I would agree that you probably would want to avoid those types of areas, but I mean, at the same time, I mean, it's just, I mean, it just is what it is. You know what I mean? Like. Yeah, I think people should avoid the hood, like in general. You know what I mean? Because I just think that I agree about the negativity for sure. I definitely agree about the negativity. It's just, you know what I mean? You know, some older people just can't afford to go out to nicer neighborhoods. Some older people, excuse me, some older people live where they live. You know what I mean? So they can't really help it. They don't really got a choice. But yeah, I mean, I definitely see what you're saying though. I appreciate your comment. Time, appreciate you too, fam. It says it is awesome, fam. It is, man. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite things to eat. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I love it. I love it. Fried ravioli. Shout out to it. Chef's kiss.
That's enough.
The Urban League's VP of Public Safety and Community Response, James Clark, is reacting to a gruesome brawl involving Hazelwood East students.
That's a glimpse into the mentality and the culture of our young people today.
The St. Louis County Police Department says they showed up to the school Friday for a fight and that a female was taken to an area hospital with critical injuries. The Hazelwood School District put out a statement saying, quote, "It is a tragedy anytime children are hurt. Bullying and fighting in the community is an issue for which we all need to take ownership and work towards a resolution for the sake of our children." Close to 50% of schools in America have seen an increase in fighting and violence, according to a survey by the National Center for Education Statistics. I talked to Clark about how these fights shape up.
Because the social pressure is to be socially dysfunctional, who can be the loudest, who can be the most disruptive. Too often we set programs based on what honor roll students want and what honor roll students need. We've got to be able to go deep into the bowels.
The Urban League is doing that through its low-income early childhood education program, Head Start, and the Reroute program for juvenile offenders.
We call the young person twice a day. We do the school visits. We go to court with them. We help them find employment.
To Clark, saving our youth begins at the root.
Flood our neighborhoods with resources.
Travis Cummings, 5 on Your Side.
We continue to work to learn more.
See, the only difference and the only gripe that I have with what he says is I don't believe that just flooding the neighborhood with resources is enough. I don't think that that's enough. Yes, kids need. Yes, people need resources, but at the end of the day, um, at the end of the day, it starts with the family structure, the family structure, and they need dads more than they need resources, and that's the truth of the matter. Because at the end of the day, we've seen time and time again that black people, the black community, has done better with less. With less family structure, the black community with less resources, the black community has been better than it is now with the resources that we have now. Because blacks are doing better than we've ever been before in life. We're better now than we've ever been before in our lives. And since we've been in America, we are thriving. We are thriving. But I think, what's going on, guys? We got just to let y'all know we got a guest coming. Let's go ahead and bring my boy Rick up. What's going on, bro?
What's up with you, bro? How y'all doing?
Chilling, fam. We're just going ahead and just going through and just watching this news article about this girl that got beat up. And yeah, we just about to
in
have
Hazelwood.
just about to have a conversation about that. So yeah, let's go ahead and check out this video. I'm gonna start this video over, and then I guess we can just take it from there. But I'm gonna read these comments first, though. Let's read these comments first. Time says, J-Red, do you know about the mahogany case in Alabama? No, Time. Give me hip. Give me hip. Let me know something. I'll look into it. For sure. Let me know. Man says discipline left the family. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, there's no structure, and that's part of the thing that a man brings. I believe that a good father and a good father, that's part of what he brings, is discipline and structure to the family. So you take that away, and then what do you have? You have chaos, hyenas. Aaron says that's cause the said resources ain't sent to help us, ain't meant to help us. Yeah, and I agree. And yeah, and I don't think that. Yeah, I agree. I feel what you're saying. Man says discipline left the community. Yeah, I agree. I think that the community is a reflection of the family. So yeah. Time says facts. Kids need their parents, and the glue to every family are big mama. Yeah, and that's the problem. I get exactly what you're saying. That's the problem, because it shouldn't be. I hate to say it, but it shouldn't be big mama. It gotta, you know what I mean? And that's, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the truth, man. But yeah, we just I'm gonna play this video again, and we just gonna look at what these people was talking about. This what the Daily Mail had to say about it. Let's go ahead. Hold on, let me pull that up real quick. My bad, y'all. Like I said before, gotta build a plane while you flying it, right? Shit. Okay. There we go. Oh, sorry about that, y'all. Get that. Yo, can you see it too? Nah, it's all good. Can you hear it?
Let me get it. Look.
Oh, Oh, Daily Mail, you trying to do? What are you doing? Oh man, I ain't mean to click on that one. Oh, buddy, Daily Mail trying to get you, trying to get your boy flagged.
Tonight, a Hazelwood East High School student is in the hospital with a severe
Sorry
head
about that,
injury
y'all.
after a gruesome fight. Right now, a shocking video of the fight is going viral online. One local leader says he wants to find ways to stop teen violence. Good evening, I'm Mike Bush. The fight happened on Friday, not too far from campus. Police say a 15-year-old girl is in custody in connection to the fight. 5 on Your Side will not be showing this video because of how graphic it is. Our Travis Cummings talked to a leader who says it should have never gotten to this point.
It's not an easy sight.
That's enough.
The Urban League's VP of Public Safety and Community Response, James Clark, is reacting to a gruesome brawl involving Hazelwood East students.
That's a glimpse into the mentality and the culture of our young people today.
The St. Louis
You notice how he just said what I've been saying all this time. You notice that? He's an educator. He's an educator. He's like this man is an educator. He's an educator. Like, I need people to really understand and realize what this man just said. He's an educator, and even he's saying what little old regular me says about black culture. It's a reflection, and this is what I mean. Our culture is reflected by the youth. The youth are the key. The youth are the key. You want to tell how a society is going to end up? Look at the goddamn youth. Look at the youth. Look at the kids. Because they're blank canvases. They're blank canvases, and they're only going to go off of what they see, what people pour into them. What's poured into the children, that's the only way. That's the only thing that they're gonna do. They're not just gonna make up. Kids aren't born good, bad, or indifferent. Or they're born indifferent. They're a blank canvas. If you raise a kid to be negative, then the kid's gonna be negative. If you raise the kid to be positive, the kid's gonna be positive. So at the end of the day, experiences, it may come in and shape that and interfere with that. But I'm just saying, what I was saying earlier, Rick, the difference that I've noticed with people that come from 2-parent households and that come from like I guess single parent versus dual parents. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. What I've noticed is that usually there seems to be a certain conviction that I've noticed in 2-parent households that usually serves as an anchor for those kids, as opposed to those who were raised in less stable environments. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, it got to be that way because you got as a parent, and this is my opinion, but you have one person with a certain personality that's teaching this child what that person's learned throughout their years, right? In a 2-parent home, you have 2 different personalities, more experience, more knowledge. And man, look, let's just be honest. It's always going to be better in a 2-person household. It's always going to be better. A mom can't teach a man how to be a man.
Facts.
A man can't teach a woman how to be a woman.
Facts.
So I mean, it's you most definitely see the results of a lot of single women raising these kids, trying to raise these men. And look, the way it's looking, you can't just say men. It's men and young women right now. Like, it's, man, our culture has shifted. The standards and the morals that we once had that made us the people that we are supposed to be, it's no longer there. So you have kids that's running, number one, fearless. That's dangerous itself. Kids are fearless. What the fuck? Really? Our kids are they're not putting a lot of thought before they react into anything they do. That video right there, I watched that video, and that video is very, very sad. Very sad for multiple reasons. Not just for the victim, But also, man, look, it's for both of them, man. They were kids, bro. Kids. Kids fighting over something that's so petty. But 10 seconds just changed your entire life. And you got to go back to the parents have to instill patience, number one, in children. They got to understand going to school, being out here nowadays is totally different. Children are more experienced and more knowledgeable of things they should not know about right now at the current age they're at. They got access to everything. Everything. And you expect kids to act a certain way with no guidance? Bro, we are in trouble. We are in trouble. People think things are bad now. Oh no, they're about to get even worse. Even worse.
Facts. Yeah. Nah, and I completely agree with you, Aaron. If you still in the chat, I sent the link to you, bro. Come on up, chop it up with us. Let us know, cause he got um yeah, cause he got some light that he can shed on this situation. That I think would be dope dope to have a conversation. If that's cool with you.
That's what's up.
Um yeah. Yeah, so I sent that link. So yeah, just join whenever you're ready, bro. Um, but no, I completely agree with you. I mean, yeah, I mean, you basically took the words out of my mouth. So all right, my boy Aaron finna join. Hold on, let's see. You good, fam? You there, Aaron? Uh, hello. I think I did the wrong one.
Can you hear me?
Yep. What's going on, bro? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Can y'all hear me? I'm doing it off my phone. I should probably do it on my computer, huh?
I mean, it's up to you, bro. It's up to you. I mean, you cool right now. We can do
Yeah,
it.
I apologize. I wanted to jump in quickly, but
Yeah,
if y'all don't mind, I'll just kind of stay like this for a minute and then switch to my computer.
yeah. It's up to you, bro. It's all good. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can stay like that if you want to. It's up to you.
Okay. Okay. Cool. But no, just really quickly, kind of jumping in where we're at with this particular situation. Kind of like I was telling you before you added me on.
Right,
I'm obviously an alumni too, like you. So this
right,
hits close to home. But also I have children in the district, and like I was saying too, my mom is still the school board president. So all this information is. Not only sad to say the least, but actually personally affecting me, because a part of that that I think goes unseen is the reality. Like I said, with the close relationship to the school and this being a byproduct of some students. A lot of backlash is hitting my mother's doorstep. You see what I'm
right,
saying?
right.
But
Yeah,
mainly my bigger concern, because that's more of a personal concern. My bigger concern is that I don't want this to be an opportunity for those individuals that like to take advantage of these opportunities and turn it into a racial issue. This was not a racial issue.
at all.
This is an unfortunate issue, to say the least. But I think it's very important that we don't allow that narrative to manifest in this key moment here, because as this situation is growing and taking on the masses, that's what I'm seeing it's turning into. And it's far from the because, like you were saying earlier, we come from an era where fighting was I would say, and for lack of a better term, a part of the norm, but it wasn't to the extent that we're observing now. It wasn't and I think a piece to add to that, right, because you brought it up, was the World Star um scenario. We grew up
Right,
on World Star.
right,
So what we're seeing now is the byproduct of children who are already World Star is a staple to them. It
Right.
was already a head mark. So you have children who are emulating things that they're seeing, that while yes, we were children too at one point and participating, we weren't emulating that. You see what I'm saying? When World Star was in our time, it was still a new thing. We weren't doing it for World Star. We were really just,
Just doing it.
doing yes, right. We still had the innocence of children being children at that particular point, right? Versus you
Right.
fast forward it now and you're in a situation where it's for social media. Like you said, it's the I'm standing on business culture.
Right. Mhm. Yeah. No, no, and I 100% believe agree with you. It's like a spectacle. You know what I mean? It's like who could put on the best show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what everybody's looking for. They looking for their viral moment. Who can put on the best show? Who can entertain the most people? Oh, how can I go viral? Oh, well, if I can go viral, you know what I mean? And it's really sad to see, because the internet can be used for so many good things, but this is one of the definitive things. And I would defend the internet to the death of me, but
Yeah.
this is one of the most definitive things where I just can't argue with anybody who would say that the internet is trash because of this. Because think about, like, this, like, the one thing I keep thinking about is just that little girl's family. You know what I mean? Like, that
Yes.
girl's
Yes.
family
Yes.
having to see that online, like, to where that's, you know what I mean? Because you got to deal with your daughter, like, with your baby girl in real life. You got to deal with your baby girl in real life. You got to deal with her health in real life. But then to see it, like, a spectacle being made of it all over the internet. You know what I mean? And it's just insane. So I mean, I appreciate you for coming up and saying what you saying, because you're right. It's not a race issue. It was, what it was is, it was two girls that got into a fight as
Yes,
a
sir.
byproduct of black culture. And I hate to just say that, but it's
It's just the
literally what
truth.
it was.
It's just the truth. Yeah.
I'm gonna
And
be
if
I'm
I
gonna
could
be
add,
100. Oh, go ahead, bro.
no, all I wanted to add, just because you touched on it, was the fact that, in reference to the young lady's family, I think we need to understand, and I put this in the comment section. I don't know if it came through or not, because it was like in the process of me trying to jump on. Um, this is still a pending situation.
Right.
We're still waiting on, a outcome here, because the reality of it is, people overlook the reality that, while yes, she has made it to the hospital and is going through, definitely all the necessary, bells and whistles to be fully recovered. That's not a guaranteed situation. Okay.
Right.
Right.
So essentially what I'm saying is, we need to be mindful that we're speaking on something that is live and happening now. The phone call could come in now that, hey, we gave our best effort. She's not,
Right.
you know, right? So
Yeah.
Right.
that's my frustration with the situation, and in both parts, because I'm solely going to look at it from the lens of a father. I'm a father of three beautiful girls, myself. So I already have, a stake in just observing, the situation. But imagine the reality of knowing that, the harsh reality I'm trying to allude to here is that the family has already been told this process that we're doing now is a situation to retain whatever is still left from this individual. That damage done to the skull is not, we are not in a position where, as human beings, where we have, unfortunately developed the technology to, we can't, just replace the human brain,
Right.
right?
Right.
So
Right.
we're dealing with a young lady who has a head injury. She is probably not going to be the same. So for that to be the case, I think that
Mm.
heightens, um, why we should be having these conversations. This has to be a wake up call, and it has to be in the right sense, that we're pointing the finger at the right villain in this, and I think it is, like we're stating, black culture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Black culture look, we've been saying this for a little while now, that the older we get and the more we adopt from our ancestors, however you want to put it. Look, we get the good and the bad, and I'm just gonna be honest. Black culture is the root of a lot of our downfall, and it's because we praise destruction for some reason. I was listening to you guys talk, and you're basically summing up the reason why these kids are doing a lot of stuff they're doing is basically for attention. And so, and to kill a lot of words and just simplify it down, it's for attention, whether it's trying to get likes on
100%.
social media or whatever. And we're we're letting the kids think that it's okay to do whatever just to get this type of attention, and we're hyping it. To me, I said this a long time ago. I seen it coming because I'm around a lot of young people, and
Okay.
I seen the way things were changing just in my nephew's community, because they're out there a lot more than I am, and I'm peeping out the personalities that's in these kids, man. And when I say I've never seen so many kids have no hope, that's scary. Hope means a lot, bro. It's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
the freedom that we're giving and saying it's okay for you to make this choice even though you're this amount of years old is crazy. I believe things were strict when I was growing up for a reason,
Yeah.
because they knew it would affect us being a man or being a woman when we grew up. You have to start early planting that seed. In that
Hmm.
video, look, it starts at home. That girl should have known, all right, I'm fighting. She's down. There's nothing else I need to do.
Nope. Nope.
There's nothing else I need to do. She's
She
down. I
executed her
won.
trauma at that. Yeah.
Like, come on.
That was
A, a,
overkill.
a
And I was
3 second
yeah.
foolish decision just costed you for the rest of your life.
And I was talking, yeah, I was
At
talking about that
15.
earlier. Yeah, at 15, because when you look at that, when you look at the video, like I keep telling people, I can't play it up here because of YouTube, but when you look at that video, the actual fight wasn't even 30 seconds long. It
Right,
wasn't even 30
right.
seconds long. It
It,
was a
in
really
all
quick.
honesty, it probably wasn't even more than 5, 6.
Yeah, it
Five,
was. It
six
was.
seconds.
It was a very
Literally.
one-sided fight,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
and it
But
was just.
it starts from home, though, because that girl should have known. Look, even though if you get to fighting, you get to fighting. We all know this. We all know
Hmm.
this. But when you have control and you won that fight, like there's nothing else. You already won. The girl is on the ground.
Yeah,
It's a wrap. It's over. There's no point of going for the overkill. That's what I want to focus on. I'm not focused on the fight. I'm
Uh,
focused on the overkill.
right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The lack
yeah,
of
that overkill was that was her trauma.
right, like
That is what the villain we're speaking to. That is the black culture's trauma at its essence, at its core. It that overkill happened and took place simply because of what you're saying. You and I, we saw through the same lens. You had full control over that fight, baby girl. But what
yep,
what what happened was you slipped and you allowed what you were upset at that probably didn't have nothing to do with her.
Facts.
facts, facts.
But it got exercised because what we're also seeing, and what we need to see as fathers, as leaders, is that's idle hands. Okay, idle hands are of the devil. Those hands executed that motion because they're not going to good use anywhere else.
Right. Facts.
How you just get done with a whole day of school and take those same hands you use to learn and create things that you're supposed to be doing and manifesting your future with, you take those same hands and execute that level of come on.
Yeah.
That's
I
idle
mean,
hands.
To
right.
have
You
that
absolutely
thought,
right. You
right? To
absolutely
have
right.
Yeah,
that thought to go for the head, and
right.
Not
like
And
once,
that's
and
lethal.
not
watching it,
twice.
it's pure. I'm in control, and you slipped. You slipped.
Yeah.
and
but the question
nobody
is
around
why
to
why
stop
is
it.
there even a split?
Nobody around to stop it, bro. That hurt
Yeah,
even
Yeah.
more.
yeah,
You're watching this happen.
yeah.
Y'all
That's
are
why.
watching
And
this
then
happen,
you turn around and you see multiple fights break out.
and nobody running
Multiple
to
people
her,
fought that day.
dude.
And
Like
that's
I said,
kind of
hey, I that's why I called in, or I like normally I try to stay in my lane, worry about my family, but this hits directly home for me, and the closer it's getting, the more as a father I am concerned.
yeah,
Right.
right.
We
Because
have to
that
speak up.
yeah, exactly. And that's why it's like normally I wouldn't even talk about something like this because what I mean, because it do kind of bother me, but a little bit. But what I keep going back to is I keep going back to that girl in Mexico. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what
That's
I
how
keep
that
going.
happens.
And you know what I mean, and it's like how and then I just like what I mean, it kind of really distresses me because I think about all the videos where we seen where it's like somebody that didn't want to fight but yet still they keep hitting them, you know what I mean, or somebody
Yeah,
that where everybody's standing around recording the person just getting beat up and nobody helping them. Like I remember a time where if two people ended up on the ground in the middle of a fight, people were gonna break it up,
Yep.
get y'all asses back up.
yeah. Get back
Stand up
up.
and
Get back
square
up.
up. Yep.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And
No, but
now,
that era long gone.
yeah, but like I'm trying to figure out where the value of human life, like where that diminished, like where because that's what it is. Because
To
the
be
oh go ahead, bro.
no, I was just gonna answer the question. In my opinion, I think
Hmm.
it goes back to what bro was saying, and I would switch the coin. He said verbatim, "These children are fearless." I think it's quite the opposite. These children are so fearful, they won't do that. They won't do what we did because of the fear of the outcome. There is no more, I can get whooped and go on. Because guess what? The aspect of social media has changed that. Your loss is
Mm,
lived through every day somebody play that video.
facts.
We
Ooh,
didn't deal
that's
with
deep.
that, so we got to cut. And that's on.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to bring that back, but I was just listening, right? So,
Hmm.
but that's what I'm saying. Like I think it's quite I think it. No, they are fearful, and I say that because if you break fear down on a psychological level, fear is a mind killer. And that is why our children are crashing out in the manner that they are because they are so fearful of that outcome that has them, at a loss, right? For
Right.
lack of a better term. And that in turn is why you see these situations where you see overkill because they're overly prepared.
Right.
They're moving out of fear and not moving fearlessly. Fearlessly would be, oh, okay. Like you said, the we both ended up on the ground. Okay, separate us, and then we get right back. We get that's fearless. That's
Right.
I didn't come here to play. I know my body, right? Versus
Right.
these children ain't doing these. The fight happening is a surprise because we know how they really want to move.
Right.
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 Like that's what's scaring me as a father and a young parent at that. I'm only 31, so I'm not too far away from the threshold of understanding how, okay, you got a little beef with a young lady, she messing with the same dude you messing with, da 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 da. Instagram, Facebook, whatever platform they're using, stuff gets exchanged. Okay, now it's time to square up. Like we said, in our time frame, that would end in a fight because social media wasn't that prevalent, and they didn't have to continually face the reality that, hey, you take that loss, it's everywhere.
Yeah, and
Forever.
it's not just gonna go around in the school now. You know what I mean? Like before,
No, it's
yeah, it would go around the
everywhere.
school. Nowadays, people across the world will know your face off of you getting your ass whooped,
Yes.
and it's real. And
Here's a real life example, right? To put it in real perspective. And I won't say names because I know we on camera. But you remember when we were in high school and we had a very brutal fight between two young ladies. Both of them, are successful in doing what they're doing, now in their own right, right? So I
Right.
only bring this up to bring it up for the sake of the conversation. Like, this is a real life example. So that fight took place, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the young ladies in that fight, because it was such a brutal fight, and she was the one who did not get the better of the other young lady, decided, obviously, okay, I'm just gonna transfer schools. And that was the end of that. You see what I'm saying? Because that's all it took. And we, as our peers, us today, we know about it, but we don't have no video of that. We ain't, they don't have to remember that. Outside of
Right.
us remembering it and knowing, because we were there,
Right. Word of
they
mouth.
don't know nothing about that situation. Versus the reality of today's Hazelwood East and Hazelwood Centrals and West, there are cameras everywhere, and they not just on the walls. They're in the students' hands.
Right.
Somebody gonna catch you slipping, and you're going viral.
Right.
And this dog eat dog internet, like you said, is trash. But I agree too. Like you said as well, the internet is a double-edged sword, and that's just one of the sides that it cuts. It cuts deep because the comments gonna kill you.
And that's why I say these kids got access to too much information too early. They don't have the type of
Mhm.
mind that can process even
What
the
they exactly.
possibilities of what can happen. Like it's if, and we are we are opening things up more and more and more when we should be actually like locking down, becoming more
Closing
stricter.
things down
And
simultaneously.
right, it's crazy because when I grew up, man, certain things you see and hear, you couldn't hear it on the radio. They wouldn't play it on TV. But now
Nope.
you got all these different streaming platforms. They got these commercials, these ads that pop up. And I'm like, I'm watching a movie, I'm watching a kid movie, and this adult ad come on, and my kid got I'm just saying, like, it's crazy, man. This is a kid movie. Like, dude, they have access to too much information, and they don't have the type of people that's instilling certain standards and certain expectations in people. It's man, look, it's gonna be a snowball effect. It's gonna be a snowball effect.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. I agree.
Normally, you have that one friend out the circle when they fight, like, girl, stop, or all right, bro, that's enough. Let's go. You didn't even have not one reasonable, responsible friend. Nobody out there showed any type of sympathy for the girl that's on the ground seizing, and you still got motherfuckers recording.
Right.
Like, dude, you mean there's not one responsible, free thinking person out there that was raised better than that? Not
But
one was out there.
But you got to remember though. You got to remember it was grown folks that was recording Nipsey Hussle when he was on the ground passing away. Remember, it was grown
Yeah.
folks that was recording Takeoff when he was passing away. You know what I
But
mean?
why were
So
they doing it? Why were they doing it though?
because of this culture,
For the
for
likes,
the
for the
clout, yeah,
attention.
for the clout.
Right.
Well, yeah, because it's a viral moment. But at the same time, it's like
So we have
even.
a culture of being sellouts.
I mean, I mean, if you want to go there, I
Real
mean,
shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. If
Yeah,
you want to
we
go
do.
there,
Yeah,
one
we
hundred
do.
percent, 100%. Because I believe that a lot of the people that love to throw the word like they they love to call people like because I'm real big on this black culture thing, like, and I've been making videos about this for like almost over a year now. So I've been called all kind of names, from Uncle Tom to the raccoons to the all that. I've been called all that, right? But in my opinion, the real sellouts, the real jigaboos, the real people that are really the real negative people are those Pookies and Ray Rays that are perpetuating this lifestyle. So at the end of the day, that includes the people that includes the people that sit up and record people for clout. That includes the people that go around terrorizing people for clout. That includes people like the Kia boys, all the way from just a lot of these women and how they move out here. So I mean, yeah, I think it's 100%.
So it's a L for our culture, but also it also shines a light on the lack of community. Like we're not one community. Nobody's investing in their community because look, even back in the day when people look, I grew up during some hard times. I've seen some things. I've been a part of some things. But when people fighting or whatever, you have people coming from off they street, out they houses, whatever, coming over. They may watch, but when things starting to get a little too much, you got people stepping in. All right, that's enough, man. Y'all break it up. Go home. Do whatever. Like, where's the community? Throughout that video, you see people standing around in a circle. You know they're in front of people's houses. I'm pretty sure it was grown people watching. It was adults watching, whatever. I know this for a fact, but look at everybody else that was the child in that video. You mean to tell me none of them were raised to do the right thing in that situation? That's a low blow. We got a baby that's in the hospital. True, no, look, kids fight all the time, but there's a limit. You have to know when there's a limit you do not cross. That is not being instilled in certain kids, certain households.
Right.
That's a scary thing within itself because you're creating a monster.
Yeah.
You're creating a monster. If you have a child that doesn't respect responsibility, without responsibility, there's no expectations, right?
Right. Yeah. But where do
Oh
those
boy.
expectations come from, though? Those expectations come from they come from like what I was speaking on earlier about there not being enough of a strong family structure, and that family structure comes from fathers. And I hate to say it because you know what I mean? Like people always tend to take stuff when you say stuff like that is you basically just shitting on everybody that's not doing it the right way. When in reality, it's not about that. It's not even about making people feel good. People don't understand like there's a lot of stuff like when we get up like when you have like the turmoil that you have to get over to actually admit that your culture is a problem and it's creating the problems that you see around you. You know what I mean? Because I've told people like numerous times, I've never once considered myself like as one to be anything but black, right? But when you think about this culture, that's what we have to deal with. And it's like even just coming to grips with the fact that we grow up in a culture where everything that we see is about how we can is about clout. Because like you know what I'm saying? It's like nothing that's going on now is necessarily new. It's just the extremes that is being taken to, and the extremes that people are willing to go to for clout. You know what I mean? They're willing to go through these crazy extremes, and now there's a camera and a big microscope on it now because of these phones, like you were saying. Because of these phones, now everybody gets a first class view into what's going on, and it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. But at the end of the day, it's nothing new because we all like Matt was mentioning earlier about how people need to learn how to walk away, right? You can't do that in black culture. You can't really walk away. I
No,
mean,
they
you
call
can.
you
Uh,
all the bad
Yeah,
words.
yeah.
yeah, you
So
can't
you
walk
could do
away.
it, but it's at your detriment, and you
It's how
making
Yep.
your
you
life
do it.
harder.
And
Yeah.
in today's age, it's really no coming back from that. You open up a whole nother door if that's the perception people have of you.
Right. It's
So
like they.
it's so social media it's basically it's become weaponized,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, of course.
Well.
And
But
how
but the thing about it is, it's the reality that I think with any tool, it's like, come on, let's, if we talk about it, we're gonna talk about it. It's just like your traditional firearm, okay? In the right hands, it's gonna be the right tool. In the wrong hands, we know what we see every day.
Yeah, bad
This is
things can
this is
happen.
the yeah, this is the same medium with social media.
Hmm.
Because you have people on a regular basis that use the internet, use social media, and they use it to, benefit themselves as well as their community. They're on their, networking, they're running their local businesses, like the normal, right? The
Right.
what it was
mm-hmm.
intended, said, I guess, for. But the
Right.
reality of it is, when you with it comes down to, that cheesy, with great power comes great responsibility quote. But it's true. It's
Facts.
just a sad, yeah, it's just a sad reality. It's true. Like, you have to have a balance of the good and the evil. But unfortunately, right now we're in a time where, the evil is, maybe it's outweighing it. I don't know, but I do suggest that we do shine a light on it in an effort to, squash it out.
Right. Yeah.
So
And
it's
that's.
not just black culture, it's also us, like as a people,
Yeah,
period, dude.
Mhm.
Where are we?
right.
I'm not no real, oh, I'm an 80s baby, but still, where are the people my age to holler at these youngins, man? Look, it's a way to do things. We know you gonna rotate whatever direction you want to go, but it's a way to do it. With
Yeah,
certain boundaries that we don't cross. When I was growing up, I had people to let me know, like, look, you can't do this type of way. We can't tell you what not to do, but you can't do it this type of way, or it's gonna be consequences.
Right.
Where are those people at?
yeah, facts.
And I mean, they there. I mean, the truth of the matter is there are people that are like that. It's not the majority though. And what it is what they do is when they actually when those people try to speak up, they shun them. They push them away. They refute them, and that I don't really know what you're supposed to do in that situation because they put you in a position where you almost have to fight them in order to help them. You know what I mean? And like imagine that conundrum. In order, I'm trying to help you, trying to give you jam because like think about it. Like a lot of people outside of their hood, like outside of the hood environment or the particular black culture environments, they really can't function. You know what I mean? So
Right.
that's why, you know what I mean. It's that's why it's important to talk about this kind of stuff specifically because we see it. Like if we can actually like deal with the issue that's going on with the kids and actually figure out a way to actually reach them, then maybe we can actually turn things around for the black community. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
at the end of the day, men, we gonna get the blame for it regardless. You know what I mean? We're gonna get we like they're gonna put the blame on us regardless.
for
So
sure.
so at the end of the day, I feel like we need to stop and God, I don't want to say it like this, but at the end of the day, we need to stop embracing this hyena culture that we're currently embracing. And by hyena culture, I mean a culture where women feel like they're dominant to men and they feel like they don't need men and they feel like they don't need us. We need to get rid of that. Get rid of this gender war issue that we got going on. Figure out a way to get on the same page because like I'm equal opportunity. You know what I mean? I'm equal
Yeah,
opportunity. I think it's men that are full of shit, and I think it's women that are full of shit. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
I think that if we come together, that's the only way because men are needed because men are the only ones that could be an example for young men. You know what
I
I mean?
kind of, I feel you, and I agree with a lot that you said. And I kind of feel like, man, at the same time, we also got to be honest with ourselves. This is about it's about knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about
Yes.
a crowd of people that chooses to accept this knowledge and use it to better themselves,
Mm-hmm.
or they refuse it.
Mm-hmm.
When we get through breaking this all the way down, the one thing that held black people back was knowledge and opportunity. Where with
Mm-hmm.
knowledge that creates opportunity. So it starts in the household. That knowledge has to be pumped. And right
Mm-hmm.
now we got kids having kids. You got
Mm-hmm.
grandmama at 29, 30 years old. Like
Hmm.
at
That's
some
crazy.
point, the big mamas are fading out. The
Mm-hmm.
ones that made us stand on 9 squares, those are fading out. So now it's up on us
I'm
to
glad you said
actually
Yeah.
that.
find a way to connect with this younger crowd, but it's difficult to do that when they got social media and the internet right here in their face and they seeing shit that nobody should see until they're 20 or 21 years old to even put together how to process what I'm seeing. Like, dude, they're 8, 9 years old and they got full access to everything. They don't have a child's brain. We're not talking
Mm-hmm.
about typical kids. It
Right.
was kids back when we were growing up. You feel what I'm saying? When we
Mm-hmm.
just had Saturday morning cartoons type shit. Like this is totally different, bro. They got information to do whatever it is they want to do or look up. At that young age, that's not a child's brain. That's a young adult from the get-go. And without guidance, with nobody to mold that, it's a man, I hate to say this. Please don't give me no slack, but that's a monster. Because who's gonna teach that person empathy or sympathy? Who's
Right.
gonna teach that person patience? If you don't teach a person the difference between right and wrong and when to choose to do the right thing,
Mm-hmm.
there has to be some type of standard or expectation to look up to work toward. It goes
Mm-hmm.
back to what I said earlier. These kids don't got no hope. Without hope, bro, why would you want to better yourself? You can't. The one thing that it takes to better yourself or to see a better future is no longer there. So it's kind of like walking around as a zombie saying, this is just how life is supposed to be.
Okay.
This is how I can live by doing what I got to do to get this attention. Man, look at the school system now, bro. It's getting worse and worse. Teachers can't keep taking this shit. Look at what we asking teachers to do, bro. And we already don't pay them nothing. We can't even secure them in the schools.
Yeah. I mean, I personally, yeah, I think that they asking a lot of teachers nowadays. If you see, just kids are outrageous because even just
Right.
when you were talking about that, I was thinking about this video that I just saw today, and it was about these kids that was fighting their grandma. Did y'all see that? The
Oh,
Hell
young
no.
lady.
Yeah,
I saw it.
but it was also another part of that where the guy where it was a dude that actually pulled a gun out on her. He pulled a gun
Mm.
out on her because she was like she pulled a knife on him and was like I'll cut you or whatever like that, and then his response was she said I'll cut you, and then he was like oh well he was like oh, and then he was like and I'm gonna pop you, and then she was like oh go get it then, and then he was like I ain't gotta go get it, and then he pulled it out on her, and this is the same grandma. So I mean, this is
Well,
It sounds like something out of movie.
not, bruh. It's real, bruh. And
here's the thing, fellas. Here's the thing. When the carnival, shows up to town, the show will start. Like that's all it is. You
yeah,
you see these situations, but we have to be mindful and never forget. There's a cameraman. There's
right,
someone in in this situation
right.
that took the time to make a conscious decision to say, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh, don't start fighting, y'all. Hold on.
Right, yeah,
Not
Instead
one
of,
person.
hey, stop. Let's talk. It's let
that's the
me.
first thing.
That's their first thing. But this is the society that this is the norm that we've become to normalize too. Even us, I had to, I'm gonna throw it out there. I think even we, as a smart, collective, still have to remind ourselves, like, you realize you watching this. Like, somebody
Yep.
made a conscious decision again to record this instead of. Now I understand if, because I'd be lying if I said I don't want. I watch a lot of body cam footage. I that's just saying. So that's a different
Yeah, yeah. No, I
situation,
get that.
right?
I get that.
Yeah, but it's
Right.
like, if you're consciously, you know, watching someone who consciously is just recording it, it's like, y'all both
Right.
need to look at yourself.
And that's the
Like, what
key.
are
Right.
we?
That's the key right there.
Yeah,
See, because what it is I actually like it was like I don't know if y'all heard me when I was saying this earlier, but I actually didn't watch the video all the way through. I didn't.
it's
It's
getting hard to these
yeah.
days.
Like when the
It
minute
was
that she
hard.
picked her up, the minute that she
Yeah,
picked her up, I
I was
saw
like,
those
I'm
three.
out.
Yeah,
Yep.
I saw those
Mm-hmm.
three slams, and then when I saw that, I was like, I'm not about to watch this girl season.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
So
like I watched it, and I'm not gonna lie, it was hard. Look, as a parent, bro, I put it like this. I am praying for that young lady's family, because the type of emotions and hurt and anger and rage that's in that young lady's families right now, dog. I don't wish that on my worst enemy.
Right.
Like, and like you said, it's out there. So
Right.
you're not going to be able to escape that.
Mm-mm.
Even if you move or go anywhere or whatever, you're not going to, and then you still have the everyday constant reminder. And it was for nothing.
And again, just to be respectful to the young lady and her family, it's still up in the air.
right,
Right.
And yeah, we definitely want to send our prayers to the
definitely,
family. And
100%.
yeah, that, because like you're saying, it's a situation where they're gonna have an everyday, that young lady, assuming, and we claim that her recovery is the outcome. Um yeah, she still will not be
Normal.
who she was
Right,
before that
Right.
fight. So yeah, there's some hard consequences that came out of this situation, whether or not, um, it plays either way.
yeah.
So
Mm.
damage to the skull like that, is yeah, that is not,
That's a
again,
baby.
yeah. And this is why, yeah, I just want to put emphasis on the fact, again, these are 15-year-old girls, and uh I think I just want to make sure we keep our eyes on who the real villain is, and it's that coupling of all these various factors that led both of these two young ladies to make such a stupid ass decision. Because that black girl was not. It take two to fight. Okay,
Right.
so
Yeah.
we're
Right.
not gonna sit here
Right.
and say it.
No, yeah, that was yeah.
Unfortunately,
She
Yeah.
ran
yeah.
up to. She
Exactly.
ran up to.
Right.
Yeah.
We are now at the point of where we have an outcome, a pending outcome. But and I personally send my prayers out to both families,
Mhm.
because both of those girls will not be the same after this situation.
Right.
And that is a tragedy that I think we as a community, as a culture, and I want it to, again, yeah, just bringing the light back to the head of what I think we've all, come here tonight collectively to speak on, is that we have to hold ourselves more accountable. We
Right.
cannot continue to allow, because the sad reality is, you take that white girl out this situation, I don't think we're having this conversation.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just gonna say
Unless,
it.
Yes.
I would say that unless I would say if the girl got hurt, then we're having this conversation, and that's my caveat. Because I actually think I think that people are really hypocritical about this situation, if I'm being honest. And because
Okay.
Okay.
I think that people, and I'm not saying, this is just general. This isn't everybody, you know what I mean? But I think a lot of people
Hmm.
exhibit this type of behavior on a normal basis. They celebrate this type of behavior on a normal basis. The only time they really care is when somebody gets hurt, when shit really gets real. That's the only time I really see people care. You know what I mean?
But this has been amplified though. I mean, let's just be honest because of
Well,
the obvious as well.
that black girl. I mean, the black girl in Mexico. She, I mean, that was pretty viral for a while, bro. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like,
Well, I think if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, bro. Aren't you speaking more towards the fact of this one is going that way because of the race aspect in play?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and that's what I was saying too. Because like I said, just being who I am, I'm not even trying to be a part of this situation, right?
Right.
Or I
Right.
shouldn't say I don't mean it like that. I'm saying it in the sense of literally that, in the sense that I'm just who I am, and like I said, my mother is the Hazelwood School District Board president. So when this situation hits viral nature, that means we have folks from all across the country now
Yep.
calling in. Like I could play a voicemail right now of some you know random individual who's threatening and say, because all they see is that clip,
right?
Right.
and then
Yeah,
they
they
they,
mad.
they now they have an excuse.
Hmm.
This is inappropriate. But we and I'm saying myself, I'm holding myself accountable. Here I am speaking on it now because it's hitting my doorstep.
Right.
I'm late to the game. I should have
Hmm.
been saying something, versus it's now it's in my mailbox and I got to respond to it. But here we are, right?
Yeah, no, that's real.
Now you know this is gonna, and I hate to say this, but somehow this is gonna get tied up into something political.
Oh,
Yes.
that's already
Yes.
political, bro.
That's what,
I
yeah,
mean,
that's where
and,
it's
and
going.
it's going that way already, and I'm just trying to be respectful, by saying
Yes.
this. Um, it's already there, and man, it's a lose lose from every angle, regardless of how you look at it. It's a lose lose. Nothing positive is going to come out of this, and then if it's used and twisted, then and used for whoever's specific purpose, like it takes away, from the lesson that really needs to be learned, and the highlight needs to be on what we need to do to rectify this shift with our youth. And this also goes to a different angle because now we got to be honest and take some accountability because we don't have certain things set up in place to really prepare these kids to process
Right.
certain kinds of information. And I
That's true.
think I think we have to change um, certain things within our educational system, you know, because it's we have a lot more mental awareness than ever, and it's because of the access they have, like the anxiety that it brings, the fear, that overcomes off of seeing the possibilities of everything that's in front of them at a young age, bro. That stunts their growth. It creates real issues with our youth, and that needs to be a target of concern because man, to see you see rage in that young lady, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You have to rage out to do that and to look a person in their face while you doing it, and it doesn't stop you like, oh, what am I doing? A lot of people they black out when they having a emotional reaction, they defending themselves or they in this state of mind, they black out and then they catch themselves like, oh, what am I doing? You didn't even have that moment. Like, dude, we have to we really have to be honest with ourselves. Yo, we're making these kids, they're out here, but we also have to help them grow. We can't just leave them out here to grow on their own. And right now it's a lot of kids that's growing up on their own, and they're with other kids that's just like them, and they're with other kids that's just like them, and they're spreading the same lack of information that they have amongst each other. What do we think's gonna happen?
That's the bigger issue, I think. Yeah, that's the bigger issue here. Because and if I may, I just, especially where you're at, because I do want to make sure we let the record reflect that this happened outside of school grounds.
Right.
And this is important to note, be it that these students, these two young ladies, and every other individual that was participating in that fight, aren't reflective of the Hazelwood East student body.
Right.
There are great children at that school. This school is actually quite the opposite of what I think the perception used to be around it. This is a great school, and there are a lot of smart um students graduating from Hazelwood East on a regular basis now at this point. So I want to make sure we're not overlooking. That's the thing. We cannot spend all our time um, just focus on the villains of
Right.
our storyline here. We have
Gotcha.
to we have to we have to give those roses to our heroes. So let's just be let's make sure we have the record clear that no, Hazelwood East is doing great. This is not reflective of what Hazelwood East is as a staff, and as an overall student population are encouraging. Let's talk about it. These are the outliers. These are
Right.
like I said in the comments. This young lady is a bus rider who didn't get on the bus. The black girl. She walked home.
Mm.
Okay? That white girl, I don't know what her particular status, but she caught an Uber there, right? So
Hmm.
we're not talking about individuals who went to school with the intent to go to school. That goes back to my earlier point. Like you did all of this with these hands that should have been used. You see what I'm saying? These are the idle hands. These are the outliers. These are the individuals who are not being uh productive members of their
Right.
body. So let's be honest, and that too does bring us back to the point of, well, what resources are we extending to them? How are we getting to that particular group? But I think the harder conversation that I think, again, going into the moral of the villain that we're attacking here tonight, as far as black culture, is these individuals are while they're poor in the aspect, they probably have bad grades, or and I shouldn't say that. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying, in a sense, while they may not be model students, they are model popular, because that's the
Right.
culture. We don't
Right.
we
Right.
we don't celebrate the student that shows up and has all A's and is hand raised. We're not celebrating TJ. We don't celebrate our smart guys, but we all grew up on it. Well, this generation didn't, so I'm showing my age. My fault. Drewski, you got
That's a
me.
smart guy
I'm
makes you
showing my
oh
age,
wow, that's scary.
so my fault. But you see what I'm saying? Like, we
Jesus
don't
Christ.
have we don't celebrate the children that are doing the right thing versus children like the BS. But that's because they see our adults listening to this hip hop, where there's another adult in that children's eyes, child's eyes, right? And they're soaking that in. It starts with the music. It started with the music. It comes to us through our food. Like, we don't really want to get into this conversation tonight, y'all.
Go ahead.
Like, come on now. Like,
Go
we
ahead.
know this is something that is being is has been strategized
Thank you.
and mastered at this point. Like,
Thank you.
we're not the reason why we exist is because at some point in the Matrix, we decided we're not going to take the blue pill. We don't want to keep participating in the Matrix, and that's just the reality of it. But I use that example because I want to, I always want to make sure it's in a format that the masses can understand. But it's really true. It's really true. We're attacking the villain tonight. That is black culture, and I hold us the most accountable because it is the culture and the byproduct of what we produce. Now, granted, I won't lie to you and say that it hasn't manifested in a manner to where it's been taken and manipulated here and then brought back, rewrought, like, so yeah, different cultures come in, and but even then it's the work. Like, I don't know if y'all saw it, but it was a recent comedian. I just seen it, on I couldn't tell you who it was, but they were saying like I ain't never seen a white person need to have a black voice. And while I'm trying to enjoy the comedy, I'm sorry, I don't want to say woke because I hate that. They ruined that word. So, but
Yeah,
I can't hear that joke and not pay attention to the fact that hold on, I have not ever like unless they were on bullshit. So it's like why would why are we there, and not realizing that that's where we're at, because the reality is we do have our situation where we wear our mask and we switch up, we have our work voice, but you ain't never heard the opposite. While that's just a joke, is it really, just because they say all jokes stem from a bit of truth, right?
right.
So I'm going a little too deep, but I say that all in short to say it's a very harsh reality that we have to face. But the villain of that particular situation is our culture, because that was our culture at its peak. That was
Facts.
exactly what it was supposed to be. That is your love and hip hop. When I see you, it's
Baddies.
on and popping.
Yeah, that was
It's
straight out
that.
of baddies.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
And what are we
That hurt.
and what are those particular parents, okay? What are they allowing those 2 15-year-olds to consume all up until that point? What are they at home watching? See, that's where it
Facts.
started.
Facts.
That's where it started. The lack of parenting in the home. But we don't want to talk about that versus we want to get on the fact that, oh, now it's a race thing. Because that's a cop out. That's
Thank
easier
you.
to digest than it is to hold ourselves accountable to the fact that, hey, you missed an opportunity with your daughter and she might have just crashed out forever.
Crash the fuck out.
And even with the white girl, you
The
missed
white
the
girl crashed the
opportunity,
fuck
white
out.
mama. She crashed out and she's never gonna be the same if she makes it. And we praying that she does. Like,
Question:
come on. Yes, sir.
would y'all say that the white girl was being a part of black culture?
She was trying to
Yes.
be. Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
100%.
And look,
100%.
I wanted to say that because the whole time I'm listening to you, and I'm like, fuck, man, our culture is fucked up. I'm saying this in my head, and don't get me wrong, there's good things and there's bad things, but I try to get people to understand the fucked up mentality that we adopt that's handed down. You know what I'm saying?
Through
It's
generations.
Yeah, man. It's like we gotta have some self accountability, dude. I keep saying I've been saying it ever since I've been coming on your show, bro. We gotta have some self accountability. We are creating the same things that we are talking about.
Yep.
We gotta do our part. Like at some point, like we gotta be
Projecting our
honest with these
problems on
people, man.
children.
Yeah, like come on, like
You said
circumstances
it.
have
You said it best
changed,
earlier, bro. You said you got babies raising babies. It's
and
not
that's
gonna work.
bad.
We don't have no
That's
more big
bad.
mamas. It's
Where's
not
the
gonna work.
community? Where's the
It
OGs?
always took a village. All my life, every single year of my 31 years I can remember, I've heard it takes a village. It takes a village. It takes a village. We are a
I,
village people. We
thank you.
are that type of people. And what you see, this dysfunction is because we are allowed. Man, like I said, I ain't really trying to have a conversation. We still slaves. They just took us out our chains and told you to go buy one. Like, let's really talk about it. What are we doing? What are we doing? Where are we going in life?
Talk about it. This J Red Unfiltered. This is unfiltered.
Hey, I'm just saying, gang.
This is
Because
Like they
on
unfiltered.
some
really told my people, hey, take your chains off, you free. Now go pay for one.
on some real shit, I'm just gonna be real. Look,
Yeah,
I
do it
said
though.
it before, I'm gonna say it again. Our problem as black people was
Yes, sir.
always about the lack of knowledge and opportunity.
Yes.
Now,
Knowledge.
now, now that we have access to the same knowledge, not
Hmm.
opportunity, but the
Yes.
same knowledge to create
I think
Yes.
our
we got
own
access.
opportunity.
I think we got access to the same opportunity too. I ain't even gonna cap.
No, well, when I say not the same opportunity, because see, some people have generational wealth. Some
Mm-hmm.
people inherit generational wealth and opportunities. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying
Yeah.
from a clean slate, from a clean slate, right now, do we the slave mentality that we still have is it's crazy because it's right. The answer is right in front of our
Is it
face.
crazy? Is it right?
It's
Because
right
is
in
it
front of our
crazy?
face, bro.
Yeah. It's
Like
not, and but that's the thing we have to start rewording our words around because words are so powerful. So we have to be very tactful in how we state the issue that you're speaking on. It's not crazy. It's the reality. 400 years. Come on now. 400 years. This is going to be ingrained in the people. The same blood, sweat, and tears that 400 years produced, I'm gonna need 400 years of blood, sweat, and tears of it coming out.
mm, mm,
So again, that's why I said with great power comes great responsibility. It's on us because we have to act accordingly and understand our privilege to and it goes back to like bro saying knowledge. I'm the byproduct of two college graduates. I am not special,
Right.
and I have to accept that.
I
Motherfucker,
love
I'm
that
not
though.
normal. Yeah, like it's
I
just
love
I'm in
it.
college now. So I'm a constant and the thing and I don't say that to just college is the answer. No, it's a matter of just giving a real
It's a
life
standard.
example to the fact that I'm constantly seeking knowledge and I'm the
Right.
byproduct of individuals that constantly seek knowledge. We're always students. But
I
we as a
think I
culture don't embrace that. Go ahead, bro.
I think one of the key matter of fact, I'm not gonna say one of. I think the key thing that everybody should get out of this statement you just made is the fact
Yes,
that
sir.
you said you're not normal. You don't want to
Yes,
be
sir.
normal. Nobody
Right.
should want to be normal. Where is that standard? You feel where's your standards to set those expectations? What's gonna
Exactly.
make you stand out from normal and above normal? Like it has to be put in that child. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He just
Right.
said, I don't want to be normal. I'm not normal. That type of self-awareness. You know,
Yes.
where is that at right now? Who is put like it's non-existent right now?
Because the
Everybody wants to
reality,
be like the next person.
right. And that's because the reality is you have parents raising children in our communities that do not have the wherewithal, and I use ignorant out of pure love because I mean it in its definition. Ignorance is the lack thereof better knowledge. You don't know
Yeah,
better.
I mean you
You're
don't
not
know.
capable of doing better. So, like I'm saying, I mean this with pure love, but we have too many ignorant parents who are not capable of providing. See, you know what my day-to-day struggle is as a father of six with children who are my byproducts, so they think and move. My day-to-day issue is getting them to understand their peers, that they because naturally kids gravitate to who they gravitate to. It doesn't
Right.
matter, what the circumstances are. You have to teach a child racism, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right,
You can
right,
put three toddlers, whether they white, and three other toddlers that are Mexican. You put them in the same room, they gonna play. They don't give a fuck. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss, but
Oh, you good.
they don't care. What's what, right? And it's the
right.
same thing with even older children, especially at this age. Like I'm saying, I constantly battle with my second, Aaron the second, on teaching him that you're equipped with information that most of your friends may not have. I'll give y'all a real life example, and I'll be short. Um, his one of his recent birthday parties, he had a friend who was a single parent friend, single mom. So that experience of trying to pick him up and kind of coordinate that, he didn't understand why uh I had to kind of facilitate that through his mom. You see what I'm saying? So without going all into the details with it, because it wasn't no friction. It was just the reality of moving as a man, having to teach my son. Yeah, everybody don't have a dad like you have a dad. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
his mom preferred to speak to your mama versus me because maybe I didn't go into detail with him,
Yeah,
but
but yeah,
and
it
I'm
just
I'm
makes
I'm, I'm
sense.
just sharing with y'all my opinion. Maybe she don't like men. Obviously, she's doing her own thing. Not saying it like that. I'm saying I got to get that disclaimer because it's
No, yeah,
2024.
yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
not saying it like that, but
Right,
I'm saying
right,
like
right,
she
right.
her preference was, hey, I understand this is a two-parent household. I would prefer to talk to the mom,
yeah.
right?
I mean,
But
it's
my son doesn't even understand it because he just used to anything happen in his household, his daddy, running point. So it's like it's the little
I
things like
feel
that.
you. I feel
Yes,
you
sir.
because I had to have that same talk with my son, and that's why I'm over here smiling.
Okay.
I'm tripping
Okay.
because,
So
like, what you're right. When my son friends come over to the house, and it's crazy because a lot of them are coming from single mother homes. No dad there, so they're amazed at how we run our household. Compared to
yeah.
theirs. And sometimes I sit back and I have to holler at them like, look, Jay, I need you to understand why they feel the way they feel. Like I always want my kids to understand how blessed y'all really are to have what you have because other kids don't have what you have. So it starts very, very early because your kids will become used to living to whatever type of lifestyle that you provide. You have to find ways to create opportunities for your children to um, recognize recognize what value is. They have to know what value is to appreciate it. That starts at a young age. Now you got a lot of these um, single mothers that have harder circumstances they got to deal with, and they're not raising these young ladies or these young men to have
Mm-hmm.
these things in them. So the older they get, the more they're gonna rebel because they don't know no better. They're
Facts.
gullible. We know what's out there in the world, but then I don't care. You go get any whatever teen. I don't care. However, they not gonna know how to make it out here in these streets. There's street smarts and there's book smarts. You gotta have
Yeah.
both.
yeah,
And
Absolutely.
some just come with maturity, and some come from experience, but others come from actually learning from people.
yeah,
If they don't have that, bro, we are in
My
trouble.
granny said it best, bro. There's street smarts and there's book smarts, and somewhere in between you find common sense. I said, holy.
Right.
right.
Rest in peace, my granny.
That is wild. That is wild and true. All right, yeah, I fuck with that. My
Oh,
bad, y'all.
facts.
I'm trying not to cuss myself.
Right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I started it. My bad. My bad.
I normally don't even cuss on my videos. I've been
I'm sorry.
counting.
I'm sorry.
I've been counting like 5 times. But yeah, I mean, it's just yeah. I just really think that this conversation is just dope, and it just really needs to be had because at the end of the day, I'm I'm tired of looking at this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I'm tired
Facts.
of looking at this kind of stuff, and when I say that, it's just like because I know I was mentioning earlier, kind of like how I think people are like being hypocritical about this,
Mm-hmm.
and I think the only way that we can really like fix these types of things is by having these kind of conversations, and it actually takes it. And as much as there's people that might get triggered by it, but it takes men actually being on the same page about how we're gonna move forward about this kind of stuff
Mm-hmm.
because at the end of the day, like I said earlier, we gonna get the blame for it regardless. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
they're gonna
facts.
blame men not being in the homes or men not being good fathers for it anyway. So we might as well just get ahead of it and just actually start trying to figure out what we're gonna do about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's just I don't. It's just frustrating sometimes because I just wonder. It's like, what can you actually do? You know what I mean? It's like, what
I
can you
mean,
actually
Honestly,
do?
there is nothing we can do, gang. Let's just be honest. Let's. But I think
mm,
that
Yeah,
that is a scarier reality to face then we're ready to really accept, because what I think it all boils back down to is, like Tupac said, I may never be the person to change the world,
That I'll be the
but
spark.
the mind.
Yeah.
That's and that's the thing. See, I think we need to be respectful, and I say this very keenly. Hear me, and hear my. I say this very. We have to be respectful of the fact, because I'm gonna assume real quick, if I may, we're all men of faith, correct?
Yeah. Hmm.
All right. So with that said, then I can say this: we need not to seek nirvana. It's not gonna happen. But what we can do is what we're doing, and that's it. Because you will run yourself thin trying to come down to that goddamn answer of, oh, we do this, we do that, and then problem solve. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's not gonna
I
happen.
think I think most just need to. I think the first thing people need to do is understand that the problem we have is because of us being lazy. You
Yep.
know, just being real. And two, instead of putting these huge expectations on our back, just look at what's really going on. We need to start from what's exactly in front of us. Start in our household,
Yeah.
because
It
look,
starts in the
these
household.
kids, they have friends, and they be around their friends. Their friends can pick up on what's being taught by you, what you instill in your child. You know, it can pass down. They have to
Hmm.
see it. It has to be an example. And earlier when we was talking, look, I was talking about how it was. I grew up around a lot of rough stuff, man, and a lot. I've done things I shouldn't have done. I've made mistakes. I've done stupid stuff as a kid, but at the same time, I was always fortunate to have somebody that was a little older, or even just to have the voice like, "All right, man, there's too much," or "All right, y'all, that's enough. Go home. Hey, man, get your butt off our street. Y'all go home before I go get your mama or whatever." You like, it was always somebody that had enough, that cared enough. I'll put it like that. That cared enough about the people that was actually doing this stuff. The problem is we're not caring. That's our biggest problem. We talk so much shit about how far we've come and what we deserve, but when it comes to
Hmm.
our own neighbors, we don't care. We're making a choice not to care. If somebody knows better, then you have a responsibility. You have a responsibility
Those that know
to your,
better do better.
come on, man. Like, look,
Yeah.
man, we're growing up off different morals now, and it makes no sense to me. You like, honestly, when I was coming up, look, man, we wouldn't even litter in our neighborhood.
No, hey, the fact that that's not a big deal anymore blows my mind.
Like man, man, like you get broke off. Like honestly, this how
Yeah.
you treat your community, man. You gotta honor your land.
Yeah.
If this is where you lay your head and you're a respectful person, you feel what I'm saying? Why not? Why wouldn't you want your community to be a respectful community, a clean community for you and your family and your neighbors? Like that, that don't make no sense. Where are those people?
Can I ask a question
Hmm.
that
Mhm.
the and I don't mean it, but I do mean to be devil's advocate kind of situation, right? Earlier in your statement just now, you were saying blacks being lazy. Here's where, I'm just trying to be devil's advocate. What is your thoughts in response to someone would say, well, is this not the byproduct of slavery, in the sense that we should have an innate sense of disdain towards that level of a work ethic?
Uh, Good question. I'm gonna start off with that, but I the only
Appreciate
thing
you.
I fight back on that is just, man, the opportunity we have now. That's
Hmm.
one thing that can't be denied.
Hmm.
That's one thing that's so big that you can't miss it. You know, we have the opportunity. We have the knowledge. It's not about money. knowledge would bring that money. And yeah, we were lazy. But even if we take a little bit of that knowledge and we apply it to make ourselves a better people, starting with ourselves, starting with our households, starting with our kids, our neighbors, just think about the snowball effect. We are choosing to ignore knowledge that's right in front of us that makes us better, that will put us in better living situations, that will give us more knowledge that we can actually live longer with. We're choosing to turn our head at what's directly in front of us and free and constantly adopt a fucked up mentality that creates traumatic events like the video we're talking about today. Because we accept that type of behavior. We honor it, we praise it, we give millions of likes on it. Like we're creating a culture within our culture that's gonna actually kill the original culture that we wanted to create. Like make it make sense, bro. Self-destruction from inside. We're our own Trojan horse. How does that make sense?
Mm. By design.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
By design.
yeah, I'm kind of, I'm kind of the oddball out here, the eyeball out, the
Nah, this,
odd one
we
out
here with
on this
you.
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
nah, because it's like the way I feel, the way I feel is kind of like, I kind of like it, kind of like started out with kind of how Rick feel on a way where it's like you look at it from a perspective like, yeah, we have the opportunity now, right?
Yeah.
But for people have to really look at it in perspective. The black community itself
Mhm.
was better when we were worse. Like
By
really,
societal standard. I see what you're
yeah,
saying.
really
Yeah, I feel
actually
what you
look
say.
at that like as a society.
Hmm.
Now, if we're
I think
looking at
Candace Owens always says something similar. Yeah, like
yeah.
when they left us alone
Well,
before
not
they
even then. When they were
started.
fucking
Yeah,
with us, when they were actually messing with us and actually
yeah,
doing things to actually
We
make
were
our life harder,
unified.
we
Right.
had
right.
a unified family structure, and that unified family structure was something that was unbreakable
But
then.
We
but
had
pause right there.
standards.
Pause.
We had
Pause right there.
standards.
That's the issue. But no, it's not the issue. So now we talking. Okay, that is the chess move. That is why they're winning, we're losing, because they understood at that particular cross section. Let's think of it in a street sense.
Right.
If we change the narrative, when you all knew who to be upset with, you all stuck together behind that. So it goes back to my point of let me release you from your chains. Now I'm no longer the bad guy. Let me create a narrative that your beef is local now between you, and you fight amongst yourselves, not understanding that all the while I'm the one that dropped off them guns on XYZ Street to the such and such gang, right? I dropped them
Yeah.
guns off, and then I turned around and flipped little buddy over there. Right? Like,
But
come on. This has been going on since the Black Panthers. Like, this is not, I'm not making this shit up. It was simple. It was let me sit here and understand how do I win the war against the black race? Okay? It's simple. I stop fighting with them on the front and make them fight within themselves. I tell them, y'all good. Here, you're out of your chains. And like I jokingly earlier said, now go buy one. And little do you know, now you killing each other over those same chains that y'all was fighting and working together with one another to get out of.
But that's a result of what I said earlier as well. So when those black people got freed, not just physically but mentally, think about it. They weren't equipped to process
No,
that type of emotion, those type of thoughts, bro. You feel what
exactly,
I'm saying? So
exactly.
the knowledge that they passed on to the
Is the
next
byproduct that
generation.
we see today. It's the byproduct of
Exactly.
ignorance we see today. I'm from the South. I'm from goddamn. Ooh, I am from the South. I'm from
Me too.
Florida, right? So there is still spaces in Georgia where I'm telling
Hmm.
you, you will not be able to even hold a conversation with these
Hmm.
individuals because you won't understand how much they're slurring their and they're sober as us, as ever. But the it's it's just the reality. That's all I'm saying. It's just the reality.
Yeah.
We fail to realize that we are very privileged in our little zones that we are in. I'm in cybersecurity, so I'm telling you firsthand.
Yeah. So you already
There
know.
are areas that still don't have 3G.
Yeah. And so that's and that's kind of like why I want to I guess push back a little bit
Yes,
because
sir.
like I think that like you kind of just mentioned at the end. I think in my opinion, what I've observed is that white people live in black people's heads rent free. And when
Hmm.
I say that, I mean that black people use white people as a scapegoat to escape accountability, when in
Hmm.
reality, the average white person, the average white person isn't worried about what the fuck the average black
100%.
person is doing.
I
You know
agree.
what I mean?
But why?
And
But why is that?
well, I think
Because
that
they
what
already up.
No, because we were taught that.
Oh, as far as the
oh
black people. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I see
because
what
we
you're
were
saying.
taught
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Real shit.
Racism is
We were
taught.
taught
Yeah.
that.
yeah,
We're
but
taught.
but let them tell it they can't be racist because they black.
We're taught that by your Democratic Party, though. Yeah,
you
like
know,
that's the fuel they pump into us to galvanize us to continue. They want us to still think that there is this said, white power. No, it's way more strategic than that. It's about money.
yeah, and that's what that's what I try to tell people. A lot of people. A lot of people don't
Message.
actually understand that it's really not a racism thing. It's like a
Come on, man.
classist
Look,
thing.
we are talking around the subject.
Yeah,
People as a whole, our black people especially, need to understand Negro slavery ain't over. They just globalized it. They want all the slaves. And you know how we keep all y'all slaves? Not by chains on your wrist. Come on now. Devices in your goddamn hand. Welcome to the Matrix. We
Red
figured it
pill,
out.
blue pill.
This is their nirvana. They don't need, they realize you gotta really, really put this in perspective. You know how catastrophic of a financial situation slavery was? Let's really talk about it.
that's why
Slavery was
everybody. But that's why everybody did it.
Slavery was not good business
Yeah,
because you're going through all these situations where your return on your investment might not come back. And what they wisened up and realized was, how do we make our slaves happy and still keep them under control? Let's tell them they're not slaves. Let's tell them.
mm,
We turn around, we tell them they're
yeah.
not
I
slaves
don't.
anymore,
I'm,
and
I'm
now
gonna
we
be
got what
honest.
we have: modern society.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't subscribe. I don't subscribe. I don't think. I genuinely don't think that they look at it like that, especially now. Maybe like I'm not. I'm gonna say even as early as 50 years ago, that could have been the case. As
Hmm.
early as 40 years ago, that could have been the case.
Hmm.
Now, like, cause like in
The
corporate
blueprint is
America,
out there. The blueprint is out there now.
and I and I hear like I hear that, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying it's like even because like let's see, how do I say this? So you know how people love to talk about systemic racism, right?
Hmm.
So I don't believe that there currently is active systemic racism. Now the reason why I say that is because if you actually pay attention, you can't like say that on one hand the like because when you say systemic racism, you're basically saying that there are laws and policies in
There's
place.
a system in
Yeah,
place.
there's a system. And there can be a system that's there to literally make your life easier because what we have now, we have all this diversity, equity, and inclusion and all those types of things where they're basically creating equality of outcome for people. You know what I mean? They're
Mhm.
basically forcing an outcome of specific people. And that's why I mentioned earlier that I'm really more pro equality of opportunity.
Equal opportunity.
Right. Because I don't believe that when for, let's see how am I trying to say this without rambling.
You
But
good? We with
yeah,
you.
You good, bro?
um, yeah, it's just let's see. Best way to say this. I don't believe that black people are victims of systemic racism as opposed to individual racism. And I don't believe that we can actually pin individual racism onto an entire race of people and just say, oh,
With this,
you know what I mean?
hold on. So with that
Uh,
said, with the hold on, because you were according, if I'm following the conversation, you responded to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you. I don't disagree with that point because I wasn't addressing that point. I think you may have missed where I was saying. I think what is currently going on is the reality that slavery has grown. We are all now. So it's not because see what one thing that I'm educated on that I don't know if everyone else is privy to is the reality that even during the quote unquote black slave era, right? There was still other slaves of other
Right.
races,
Mm-hmm.
and even white people could become slaves and then work themselves up into indentured servants and work. They had the opportunity to work out of slavery. So again, that's what I'm saying. We're not having the same conversation.
Okay.
I'm speaking on the reality that you are speaking on a governing body, a collective that had a system, a financial system that you know they looked at, processed, and said, how do we make this better? And it's by removing the concept that you are a slave and no longer limiting it to blacks because they were the stronger of said slaves, right? Now I
mhm.
have middle. Here's the thing: what happened to your modern class? What happened to the middle class American? They're disappearing. It's the rich and the poor because the goal is not. I'm saying I agree, or
No, that's
it's not even
fair.
a matter of
That's fair.
agreeing,
That's
right?
fair. That's fair.
Right? Yeah, I'm just saying. I think you're missing what I'm saying. In the simple sense, I'm saying they're not looking at it in the lens of we just want black folk. That's where I agree with what I think you're saying, right? That the black
Right.
individual, the modern black person, is sitting at home thinking it's the white man, and no, 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 it's way more strategic than that. They don't just want you; they want him, her. They want everybody that ain't in their class, right?
Mm-hmm.
They want y'all to stay right there because that working class fuels the rich.
But how is it slavery if you can opt out? I
Because
guess
you
that I
can't.
guess that's more. I guess
But
that's
no, no, no,
more.
yeah, no, but
Yeah.
right, but you can't though because the opt out is what we see playing out now, which is the homeless and that entire dynamic. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. We are
Okay.
slaves. You are. I'm currently a slave. I'm just okay with it. I understand it because I see the system and how they played it. They stopped saying because, like I said, it was not productive. It's not a good financial decision, and especially imagine slavery in 2024. It's just not going to work, right? But that was the forecasting. We don't give this situation enough credit. These motherfuckers ain't I'm sorry. They ain't stupid. They saw what was going on with the 400 years of slavery that they had to play with, and they mastered it, gang. They turned it into modern America to this day. That's why you have a invisible middle class, and you have your poor and your rich. Your poor are now your slave class. They doing all the slave work. That's why they letting. I mean, we ain't gonna go all into it,
Oh,
but it's
okay. I'm gonna push back a little bit. Okay,
yeah. Come on.
so two things. So I think maybe what I was getting tripped up on is the slave part, the actual
Yes, sir.
word slave, because I think that when you say slave, that actually implies that you're there against your will. When in reality, I think that a
You're
lot of
right.
people
Right.
actually can opt out. I don't think you
Right.
have to be a part
Which
of the
is
system.
totally true.
You
No,
know what I mean?
you are absolutely right on the verbiage of
Right.
slave. The
And
reason why I'm using it in this context is because I'm mentioning that is the essence of my argument. They realize slave doesn't work anymore.
right,
We
right. I
can't
get that.
call it slave. You know what they call it now? Citizen.
Or capitalism. Just
No,
that's
no,
what
no.
they're.
Citizen. It's not capitalism. It's
I didn't
citizen.
mean to laugh.
But it's the facts. It's you. It's just because here's the harsh reality that we're not correlating with the two. Why is it that the moment you commit any said crime, you forfeit all rights as a citizen? Now you are a modern day slave, which is our modern day prison system.
Yeah, I think prisoners are slaves. I think
Thank
prisoners are
that's
slaves.
so we're saying the
Yeah.
exact same thing. I'm saying
I
I'm
mean,
saying
technically they
what
are
you're saying. They are 100% are. They're
owned by private
indentured servants.
institutions.
And the reality of it is that like you're saying, and the reason why you put the and fairfully so, the pushback was already there when they made the conscious decision to say we can't call them slaves anymore. That's why I made the comment earlier of
Right.
they took the chains off your wrist and told you to go buy one because the happier slave is the slave that doesn't even know they're a slave, don't
But
even know it.
but you don't think that like a part of that might actually just come from a lot of the internalized I guess you could say the internalized trauma or the
Okay,
the
I got you.
generational DNA
Yeah,
imprint that
but
black
then
people
okay,
have on
I got you. So
themselves
why do white people that love our culture go and buy the chains too?
because black people we just ain't really influential.
But because it's the infatuation of it all,
Yeah, it's
right?
it's, it's the
Right,
like the
Right.
lifestyle.
right. There's your answer.
But
That's
you
what I'm saying.
notice,
It's
but like, have you ever noticed that even though they'll emulate certain parts of black culture, they don't
hmm
actually emulate the entire black culture. They
oh
just
no,
take
and they'll be
I
certain
white
was
as
parts.
soon as it count.
They take
As soon
certain
as it
parts
count,
of it.
yeah,
Exactly,
yeah,
exactly. That means that
exactly.
they'll wear the
yeah.
chains. Like I remember it was this one documentary I looked up, and it was about this
Okay,
guy. He was this white
let me
crip.
write this down.
Yeah, it was this
Oh,
guy.
what's his name?
I don't remember what this dude name was, but he was a white crip.
Okay,
Trap
white
Lord
crib.
Ross, I think, did
Oh, it
it.
was on Travel Law. Say less.
Yeah,
I'll find it.
and
White
he
crib.
was a white crip, and he was hanging out with these black dudes. All these black dudes doing everything
I
that they
know
were doing.
exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
he was doing
yeah, yeah,
everything that they were doing, everything that they were
yeah.
doing. But the minute that he
Up
got
until
locked
it was
up, the
time.
minute he got locked up, his parents came, bailed him out. Guess what?
hmm
His black friends was still in jail, and he went back, and his parents wiped. They got all that stuff wiped clean, and then he
Yep,
went back to being normal. You know what I'm
yep.
saying? Normal for him. So that's what I'm saying.
Soon
It's
as it
like
wasn't convenient.
soon as it's not convenient. So it's not like they actually are in like this white girl. It got real for her. It got too real for her. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? She got herself
Yeah.
into and I hate to say it like that, but she kind of got herself in a situation that was too real for her.
I think,
And
like the old folks say, she wrote a check her ass couldn't cash.
yeah. And yeah, and
Unfortunately.
that's
Yeah.
essentially what it is. And I think that when they trying to emulate this culture, they don't actually take those parts really back to their culture. And I also think that I've noticed that like other cultures just don't celebrate it as much as we do. That's my
Well, here's
main
the thing.
issue.
It's
But
we allow them to do it. That's the issue. Because
That
we
too.
just sat here and went through this little Super Bowl thing, right? With the
Right.
Taylor Swift guy
yep.
uh and but that was a meme. How before he was dating Taylor Swift, he was dating this black girl and he carried himself this type of way. But then as soon as now he with Taylor Swift, he looked like he ready to go
Back to
arrest
the cowboy
somebody.
boots. Right.
Right. Like, come on. But that again goes back to who is the villain that we're attacking tonight? Ourselves. It's self accountability. Stop letting them come in and dibble and dabble. parlay, because we don't even and I don't limit it to just uh the Taylor Swifts of the world. It's the Takashi 6 9s. We let him come in, do his thing,
Facts.
lock several of our
Yeah,
brothers and sisters on up. Like,
yeah.
come on. We allow these things as if all we this is the real issue. We we allow this stuff to happen to us as if we don't see other cultures that clearly don't tolerate that.
I mean, I think people need to understand what's actually being said. It's like, okay, to simplify for a lot of people, man, the way our lifestyle, period, has shifted. It's it went from positive to reality. There's no future in the direction we're going now because it's not meant to be a feature in the direction we're going now. People gotta understand, man. There's a reason why it's being crammed on us from every direction at all times. And if people are paying attention, it's getting worse and worse. We used to have boundaries. We had limits. Those walls are now down. The world is changing right before our eyes. And everybody is so used to this comfort zone that we have with what we have. And they're not understanding that it's all for a purpose. What we see right now is only the beginning. I've been saying this ever since I first started coming on your show. There's a lack of self accountability until we actually hold ourselves responsible for what's going on because we can stop it. The culture that's being exploited, man, we control it, but
Mm-hmm.
we let them manipulate it.
Mm-hmm.
Make that shit make sense. We control it, but they manipulate it. But it's ours,
I
and they
think the better
profit
way
off
to
of
say
it.
it, I think the better way to say it, Rick, we produce it. We don't control shit.
Right.
Let's be real. And that's the problem. We need to take back that control.
And I
I don't
think
even know if we should say, I should be saying we need to take it back because I don't even know if we ever had it. But the point I'm saying, the reason why like I said, and I've been advocating throughout this conversation is we want to pay attention to our verbiage. We need to take the control back because all we doing is producing it and allowing that shit to be taken from us, structured in a manner, re-rocked and put back to us. And I hate to bring her up because I really have no problem. Whereas an individual, I understand that this is the world we live in, so you're trying to get your coins. But this is why you have your sexy reds of the world. No disrespect to
Mm,
sexy. Janae, like
yo.
no disrespect to her as a person. I believe from my following of her, she's very smart, very intelligent, and just at a point where she like, fucking, I'm gonna take advantage of what y'all
Right,
eating up
but
anyway.
even she said it. Man, look, that's a persona that she's selling.
Right.
Like
But
she have
that's
admitted this.
and we as the people have to have our accountability, tour where we go
Right.
through these situations and say, oh, that's our fault. Because if we don't big that up, there's nothing to go see. One of
yeah,
the
facts.
top business strategies is that if you build it, they will come. Okay,
Hey.
we can't keep being that thing that's showing up to all that bullshit that they're building.
No, that's
Right.
facts. And guess what?
Right.
Didn't
Guess
nobody
what?
force us to. That's
Yeah.
that's. But Jay, Jay. That's where I think our you're speaking to as far as with the fact that, like I said, that's why they had to take slave off of it because calling
It's
you
the
a
marketing.
slave made you
The
feel
marketing.
forced to come. Versus now that I don't, if I call you a citizen, you're gonna and I build it, you still come. I built a plantation. I changed the name of who I'm gonna call you, and now you still come.
At this point, it's not even not even at this point it's been like that, but it's really never, well, I'm not gonna say never, but it's not about a black or a white thing. And that's the thing I don't think a lot of people understand. It's not
Class.
about a black or a white thing anymore. It's about a class thing. You're either
It's a
in a certain
class. It's a
class,
class system.
right? You're either in a certain class or you're not. And man, look, people got to shake off that old
Way of thinking.
that yeah,
Right.
I was
It's
finna
just the
call it some
truth.
And
bullshit.
that's my
Like you got
thing. That's
Yeah,
one of
I'm trying to keep it PC with you, bro.
yeah, that's one of the things that I'm always pushing on this platform because I genuinely don't think that the
And you're doing a
modern
great job of
yeah,
that.
I
for
appreciate it,
real.
bro. But it's like I don't believe that the modern day black is less than in any way than white folks. In any way. And I believe that the only reason why they're not in the positions that white folks are is because it's a mental thing right now. You know
Hmm.
what I mean?
Yes.
Because we have the opportunity. That's why I was talking about earlier. We have the opportunity to set
Yep.
ourselves up. Even
Hmm.
if we can't benefit from it directly ourselves, we have the ability right now to set it up
Hmm.
to where maybe our grandkids and their grandkids can possibly live a better life based off of our actions now. The problem is we actually have to take accountability for it before we can
Yep.
actually get to that mind state of where we can actually build something. And that's
Exactly.
kind of why, I take the stance that I do on black culture because I feel like black culture when when it's embraced the way it is, despite the faults, like because of course there's good in black culture, right? But when
Mhm.
you look at the faults and then we continuously embrace those faults in spite of them being faults and detrimental faults, then what we do is we create this scenario where we do feel like like where we everything's against us and we're oppressed and all that kind of stuff. But in reality, we're oppressing ourselves, and it's a mental thing.
Perception is reality.
Exactly.
Perception is reality. And if you
Exactly.
want that to be your life, you can find all the sources you need to that will push that narrative right on down your throat,
Yep.
and you can keep being a part of the sheep.
And I tell people all the time.
The modern day racism is a tool to keep us divided
Yep.
Facts.
Yep.
Facts. Facts. And I
because
can.
we deal with it on a regular basis. We bump shoulders with human beings. Colors don't necessarily matter. Yeah, you have your individualized pockets and situations.
And,
That's
and
that's
and
just
there's a
life.
lot of it. I think a lot of it just boils down to people not knowing the difference between real racism and prejudice.
Exactly.
I think everybody has a little bit of prejudice in them. You know what I mean? You're always gonna
Because nobody we have grown past, and I would attribute it because I'm a '90s baby.
right.
I attribute it to the '90s where we culturally we accepted, joking about stereotypes. These days we can't. But the reality of it is stereotypes still exist. They are there for a reason. They stem from some sense of truth.
Right.
Like if some random white man wanted to stereotype me and say, "I bet you like fried chicken," I'm telling you, damn right.
Right.
I
No, for
sure
real.
do.
For real.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Like
That's
but
what people don't
we're in
understand.
this
Stereotype.
culture now. If I say that in some different format to a different situation, it can be taken way out of pocket because, like I said, and it goes back to what Rick was saying. I don't think uh and not just to the children, but I don't think the people as a whole are moving with fear. We're not a fearless people anymore.
Mm.
Everybody is sitting at home from the comfort of their house, you know, and they're not out there talking to people. I'm a social butterfly. I know personally.
Right.
So I go out. I'm talking with people. It ain't a place I go. I'm fearful to be there. Am I aware? Oh, of course. Am I on point? Try me.
Yeah.
Right. The point I'm making is I'm not a person who moves in fear. I think of one of my favorite movies personally, Shameless Plug, was the Will Smith, Jaden Smith movie,
Pursuit of happiness.
After Earth. Yeah,
Oh,
After
After
Earth.
Earth. Yeah.
Yep, After Earth. And that entire movie is about fear and the reality that the reason why Will Smith being like the character that was able to like fight these particular beasts in the storyline because he didn't fear them. Everyone else feared them, and that beast was able to sense fear. So he was able to be that outlier because he had no fear. That's the difference in this world, this society that we're moving in. And what you see is a collective of individuals that are full of fucking fear, who have now gotten and used social media instead of, to its benefit. But I guess, in their light, their respect, to their benefit. This is the double-edged sword, right? These individuals now have a platform. You got a bunch of people full of fear who got a hub to go to, and now they galvanize and create these bullshit ass narratives that we see playing out in our day to day. Which is why I got to teach my son, my daughter, before I let them leave the house. Hey, make sure your phone is charged. Make sure this is it, all these things are in place because I'm not worried about you, baby girl. I'm not worried about you, my son. I know you're gonna be on your best behavior. I'm worried about every person else around you.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
We as a community now, the reason why we're struggling is because the people who are still of sound mind, sound soul, are either doing the work like we are, in my opinion, or they're too busy driving defensively. They're too busy trying to make sure that they get home to their children just so they can be there because they look at this situation and see it as untackable.
No, I mean, you spitting facts, man. I
It's
mean,
Straight.
I hate to be I really hate to be. I'm not. It's not a matter of spin fat. It's the sad reality that we are at a crossroads. You either got people who want to do better and want to see better in their community and are doing the work, or and then you got a class of people that, hey, I'm sorry, I do want to see better too, but I'm so scared that I can't participate.
and
I'm just trying to make it home.
you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? That's actually one of the reasons. One of my reasons why I actually, or one of the points that I use to support my idea that black culture is trash, because it's not so much that everybody in the community is doing fuck shit and rah rah
Right,
shit. It's
right,
not that. It's the fact that a majority of them will turn a blind eye to the people that are doing
exactly,
the fuck shit and
exactly.
the rah rah
That's
shit.
the shit right there.
And that's
It's
what
just
that's
as bad.
yeah.
It's just as bad.
Because guess what? If you'll sit there, like I'll use an example, right? You know when you like, yeah, I know when you got neighbors, right? And if somebody was trying to break into your neighbor's house, you would call the neighbor or you would call the police for the neighbor.
Right,
Right.
Nowadays, you're shunned for that kind of stuff. You know what I
right.
mean? Or you're making yourself a target for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Who snitched on me?
yeah, exactly. So now it's like nobody that there is no sense of unified community, but it's like it just goes back to standards. People don't have a universal standard for how we should behave
We
and how we
lost our
should carry
morals.
ourselves. And that therefore, even if you're not like the kid boys, even if like, you know what I'm saying? Like, wasn't nobody reporting and turning in the Kia boys, even though they was stealing people's hard earned cars. You know what I mean?
But hold on. We saw how many videos can we pull up right now of the Kia boys?
Exactly.
Cameraman pulling up, knowing exactly where they was, exactly what they was on, getting all the information so we can sit back, watch it on YouTube, and be like, oh, they,
Right.
hey,
While the
hell,
person trying to figure out what they gonna do, how they gonna get to work, how they gonna
not
pick up their
realizing
kids.
again that goes back to the issue that this is a trash concept in our community. We don't complain until it's at our back door.
Yeah.
Not just that. Like, how the fuck do we? How can we be 100 with ourselves and we look at other people's most traumatic experiences and use this shit as entertainment?
Yeah,
Facts.
yeah,
Facts.
Like, for real. We're not talking about some funny stuff, or somebody walking and tripping. It's not these type of videos. Like, we're talking about real messed up stuff, and We're using it as entertainment. Like it makes look, where is self accountability? What is self accountability? You know, how do people view themselves? That's the biggest question I think that really needs to be asked. Like, dude, or man or woman, listen, how do you view yourself? What type of person do you see when you look at yourself? Because just with self-preservation, you should want to be the best version of you. That should be instilled in you from day one, from pre-kindergarten. That should be getting pumped until that seed. So when you're in your teens and you're making these decisions, or even when you're older and you're in your 20s or even your 30s, and you have the information that you need to better yourself or your circumstance or your situation, and you choose not to because it's what you heard we do, or a certain group of people do, or you just don't want to go through the hassle of this, or that's all a mindset, man. That's all a mindset. Everything that you do is predetermined by you. There's thought there. So why are we being lazy with our thoughts when we know what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing?
Well,
So
a lot
when
of
we
people
see
don't.
what the problem is that's right in front of us, we see what the problem is, and we see the effects that is having on the kids. Number one, remember, it was targeted to the children. It was targeted to the kids. You feel what I'm saying? There's a reason why it's targeted to kids, not your 25 and up. Yeah, there's a that you can look at any chart and yeah, you'll see that your 25 to 30 or 40, whatever, yeah, it's going up, but not as much as these kids. Everything is targeted to the kids, man, because one, the shackles are off. The one thing, and I'm just gonna say this because this is my opinion. This is how I was raised. One thing that stood out to me when I was younger. I don't care what you believe in, man, but there was a lot of people that was in church, and there was a lot of people that didn't want to be in church. And even though you didn't want to be in church, guess what? You went anyway because of mama or grandmama or your uncle
Yeah.
or Sister Johnson or your name or whoever. And when you was there, you learned. Not and look, people learn differently, but I'm just talking about to socialize in a certain way, a certain fashion. When you was around those certain type of people, because that's all they had back then was the church and how you should act as a person, let alone as a black person. That's all they had back then. You feel what I'm saying? So it was everything. It was pumped until that their next generation to honor this. Somewhere down the line, we dropped the ball because we said, fuck that. We're going to hand down all this fucked up stuff, excuse my language, all this bad stuff to the next generation and let them continue to pass it down, and let them think this is the way life should be. We are killing our own kids by not caring enough to do something different.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's fear in change. I understand that, but we always been the people of self-preservation. No color. This does goes out to no color. I mean, just human. Period. We have always been a people of self-preservation. If that's the case, if we see what the problem is, and all these people acknowledge it, like we're doing right now, tell me what is the next step for anybody? What is it? What do we do besides talk about it? Is there really a move of action that can be taken besides just talking about it? Is it already over with?
Hmm.
I think those are both, like I said, questions that in all honesty, we don't possess, the foundation to answer. Nor should we challenge ourselves to. I
Right.
think it's more, fueled once you pose those questions. I think automatically the intent is in the correct space. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah.
knowing that we have these as our questions and knowing still we might not see their answer in our particular lifetime. It boils and especially too with the other thing, uh Pac said it too. I pray for the youth because the truth looks strange. I might be quoting it a little inaccurately. I apologize. I'm on the spot, but it's these to me, these are things that are not to be ignored. These are, like I said earlier, we're all men of faith. And I pray. I assume you all pray, but we know prayers go up. You don't necessarily get a response back, but yes, you do. Because like I said, I heard Pac say years ago before I started having this conversation with y'all tonight that we gotta pray for our youth because the truth. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
if you're listening, if you have your receptors on, two ears, two eyes, one mouth, speak less, observe more, listen more. They they work when you're using them. The information is key. The knowledge. It goes back to what bro was saying earlier. It's about knowledge. We have to equip our people better. Um, but at the same time, I think I myself as someone who has accepted that as my service back to the world, I'm already going with the understanding of again one of those old sayings: you can lead a horse to water, you can't make that horse drink. I can get you
Right.
exactly where you need to be, but it's on you
I can
to do
even show
exactly
you.
what you need to do.
I can even show you how to get the fish out the water, but I can't. You know what I mean? But
But
I
it's
can't make you. I
I
can't make you
can't
eat it.
at some point, and but that's the reality that we are tasked with having a responsibility for. That becomes okay. Now you don't get discouraged on your mission. You continue to try to inspire the minds that you can along the way of your journey, but you do not get discouraged at the event to which it will happen when you see somebody ain't gonna drink the water. Somebody gonna go all up until that point with you and still be like, no, that ain't for me. It's okay. It's okay. It's the natural law of the land. And I
To
think
each his
that's
own.
another, yeah, I think that's another piece that we have to re-embrace as a culture that has been pulled away from our homeland, right? We look at we have to look at it from a psychological standpoint, even though I don't agree with this concept that all of us are from Africa anyway, but
We're not.
that's a different subject,
We're
right?
not.
We're
But
not.
I right. So but I tackle it because my thing is I still try to appeal to the masses, right? I'm not trying to educate you. I'm not trying to educate you. I know y'all know, right? I got to talk to
Right.
the people that's ignorant, right? So let me appeal to y'all in the manner that y'all understand. So if we all came from this place, this let's look at this on a psychological level, right? You have to understand that you're a byproduct of cultural shock. You have to eliminate this way of thinking.
Right.
And I know it's hard. I know it's hard because the reality of it is, although we have, reached a point where, we're pretty self sufficient in
Hmm.
our minds, everyone else isn't necessarily there yet. And my thing is, I'm not saying we need to hold the door open for them any more than I'm saying we should close it in their face. It just
I can dig
it's
it.
more of a you know what I'm saying? It's more of a we have to just be mindful that everybody ain't gonna come through that door willingly.
Right.
Right.
And it's
And
not meant for everybody.
yeah,
Exactly.
It's
I
not
always
meant for
say.
everybody.
I always say that Noah's Ark ain't meant
Everybody
for
can't
everybody.
go.
Noah's
Everybody
Ark.
can't go.
Yeah, Noah's Ark is not for everybody. For
Look, you
real.
guys, I'm about
Yeah.
to sign off for the night. I
Appreciate
appreciate
All
you
right,
for
brother.
coming
everything.
through, bro.
I appreciate all the comments, everybody. Till next time, y'all be safe out there.
All right, appreciate you, my boy.
Yes,
Take it easy, man.
sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how long you want to stay on too. I know you've been going for like 3 hours, but you could you know what I mean?
I'm on your
I'm
time, gang.
okay. But
I see you here. I had to check.
yeah, it's like 11 o'clock. but but yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that like I appreciate what you brought to the conversation because I think what you were saying was correct that we do need to focus on the real villain here, and that real
Hmm.
villain is the culture, and we shouldn't try to make this a race issue. You know what I mean? And
Like you titled it, the truth behind the STL team
yeah,
is black culture. It's not that
yeah.
young lady per se. Was she the catalyst? Was she the the variable that it was executed through? Absolutely, but it's deeper than that.
See, you understand the method to my madness.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
see, a lot of people be getting triggered off of those titles, and they don't get it. Like they
Mm-hmm.
don't even get it. It's like it's not even about the person. It's not even about
Mm-hmm.
what they're doing. It's about the culture, how the culture reacts to what they're doing, how the culture influenced what they're doing. It's all those things that you have to look at when I put that black culture in the title. I'm doing that
Mm-hmm.
for a reason. You know what I mean? And it's
Yep.
just yeah, it's just I mean, it's just interesting. I just really just I don't know, man. It's scary. It's
I think
scary.
that's beyond fair to say, brother. That's
Yeah.
beyond fair to say. It's scary. It's unfortunately it's our new normal. And I wouldn't even say new normal. It's our norm.
Right.
But I think what is becoming our new normal is more conversations like these. That's why I personally am invested so heavy in it. And um, while I can, I definitely want to send you your flowers because I do appreciate you. Using your platform to shed a light even on this situation. You could be talking about anything else right now versus
Yeah.
things of this nature, and I think that alone is going to go a long way. And I'm here to support as best I can because yeah,
No, I
it's just
appreciate
gonna
it.
take more conversations like this, bro. I alluded to it earlier. It's just yeah, there is no said this is what you do and this fixes our problems,
Right.
but is there a way to start chipping at that mountain? It's this.
Yep.
So
Yep.
we
And
just
that's
got to keep chipping away.
yeah, because that's really all we really can do for real is just have a conversation. And honestly, because it's kind of it's like that Tupac quote was just so it was
Yeah.
great because it literally embodies what my channel is about. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to change the world with my YouTube
Hmm.
channel, you know what I mean? But somebody is gonna hear these conversations, you know what I mean?
And
And it's gonna
hopefully
it's
they're
gonna
inspired.
right,
Yeah.
and then hopefully, like you said, it's gonna spark, something that can actually
Hmm.
make some real change because a lot of this stuff like I'm coming to grips with it myself. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
even just understanding just the parts of black culture that have influenced me. You know what I mean? Because when I get up and say that I think it's trash, I'm acknowledging the parts of it that have influenced me, as well.
Hmm.
And so I think people just really need to just take a long just a long look about how they're gonna go moving forward because at the end of the day these type of situations, I mean, it's just like I said, I didn't watch the video because it was hard to watch, but that's not the
Yeah.
first that's not the
Yeah.
first video where I've seen. I remember it's this one video I saw where this little scrawny guy got into a fight with this bigger dude. It was two white guys though,
Hmm.
and Yeah, even though, like I said, or I don't remember if they was black or white. I remember one of them was black and one of them was, I think one of them was black and one of them was white. And he picked the guy up and he slammed him on his neck. You know what
Mm.
I'm saying? But and that's what I mean when I say like those types of things are like in this current age, that stuff is looked at as normal and people don't want to just fight no
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like it's not just about like, oh, okay, who got better hands, who can prove their point, you know what I mean? Or it's just like me and you had a disagreement. I gotta get my issue off, you gotta get your issue off. Nowadays, it's
Yeah.
people are really trying to hurt people.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's just you know what I mean? It's just like I can only imagine. I don't have no kids, but I can only imagine what it's like to have kids and to be like afraid. You know, like when they go to school
It's a
because
serious,
some
yeah,
yeah
very serious thing. Yeah.
because you have to you basically have to be relying upon another parent's home training
Mhm.
whether they taught their kids how
Mhm.
to stop or not. You know what I mean? Or
Mhm.
whether your kid can defend themselves enough. Cause you know what
Yeah.
I mean? Everybody can't whoop everybody. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? So it's
Right.
like
Right. Right.
you have to do everything in your power to try to prep your kids for a world that they really wasn't designed to be in because you know kids weren't designed to be in this type of world and environment that we're
No.
seeing them
No.
placed in a lot of times. They were
We
supposed to be
we weren't.
sheltered from it.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a situation where you're going to see as time reveals itself that there will be continued studies because I don't want to say it as if they're not already studies in place now and studies that are already published, but that cover and focus solely on the effect, the side effect that there is of social media. So
Right.
we're dealing we are in real time dealing with a epidemic that I don't think we give enough light to as far as what social media is and its effects on our children. I was going to say earlier before I even got in on the stream was that I think as far as kind of having an answer, right? Going back to that question of what do we do? I think one thing we can do, let's put an age limit on social media, the way we do alcohol, the way we do, anything else. Like, why not limit our youth? Oh, because it's not intended to. And that would cut off the access to all the opposite side of the sword that's benefiting from children being on social media, right?
Right. Right.
That's what I'm saying. This is not on accident. This is just a situation where you have to be self-aware and understand that what you're experiencing is by design. Nothing is necessarily circumstance. It's all been thought about, well thought about, and it's just being executed. It's a matter of when do you catch up.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I completely, I completely get what you're saying. I mean, we kind of like have different views as far as like the design thing, and like I just, you know what I mean. I just have my personal beliefs, but you know what I mean.
Hmm.
But generally, like I said, we kind of we aligned in the same way, like in the
Hmm.
word. Like I overall I agree with what you're saying. It's just you know what I mean. It's just semantics.
I totally
Yeah,
respect that. Yeah.
yeah, you know what I mean. But
That's
like,
why I'm tapped in.
yeah,
Again, I want to make sure the chat and those who view this after it's all said and done understand I am totally in support with what you're doing because you're bringing light to conversations that need to be had. And I
right,
and I enjoy the fact that while we agree on a lot, we still are clearly coming from two different perspectives. One, for example, just being that I am a father, you're not, right? So
right,
that alone is a difference, but a good one because the fact that we still have things that we agree on and you don't even have your children yet makes me overly concerned with the fact that eventually when they get here, you see what I'm saying? What you have to deal with. And I so yeah, so that's the beauty and the essence of these conversations and the reality that while like we both, kind of just agreed to, is that we may not, do it tonight, but hopefully somebody comes back at some point and takes whatever they take from it, and then,
Right.
it inspires, that trickle down effect to where, we see the change that we want to be, or I say we want to be. It's because the saying is that, we have to be the change, we want to see.
Hmm.
So yeah.
No, yeah, and I completely agree, and that's one of the reasons why I developed such a strong desire to see like families improve, because
Hmm.
that's where I believe that it all starts, because
100%.
when we correct that issue, then we can say, okay, now that we got our unit, now that we have a base, you know what I
Hmm.
mean? And it also plays in the people's spiritual beliefs and all that kind of stuff, because we don't really,
Yeah.
I personally believe that we don't really have a real moral compass per se,
No,
like
we've
as
lost
a
that.
as a community. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
there are individuals always. You know what I mean? And just to be clear for everybody listening, I tend to speak in generalities, but I acknowledge exceptions. So what I'm saying, so usually if I'm speaking in general, it doesn't mean that I'm not acknowledging the exception.
There are
You know what I
exceptions,
mean?
right? There's
There are,
always
yeah,
exceptions to
it's
the rule,
always
right?
exceptions, but as a general rule, the community doesn't have moral. It doesn't have a moral and ethnic
100%
standard.
correct.
You know what I mean? There's
100%
there's
correct.
nothing that's except for when it comes to doing certain things with people that are like, there are certain violations, yeah, that you just can't get away with. But you know what I mean? But as a general rule, it's like you look at like the people of you look at the people that got the 10 commandments when they came out of Egypt. You know what I mean? God gave them a moral standard. You know what I mean? Or ethical standard. I'm sorry. And they had something. They had rules that govern them. And I'm not saying that we should go back to society where we writing out on tablets what our rules should be, but there has to be some kind
Hmm.
of consensus to where we know that on a baseline level, people are operating one way, and not just the same, but you know what I mean. But they're operating under, okay,
Hmm.
I'm I'm gonna do this. I'm doing me. You do you. But I don't have to worry about you doing this. And anybody comes to disrupt this society that we're trying to build, then we work together to get them up out of that society. And
Right.
that's what I've noticed, is just that, you know what I mean. But instead, black culture just wants to embrace everybody. You know what I mean? It just wants to embrace everybody, for no other reason than the fact that they're black. You know what I mean? It's not just
Hmm.
because you're embracing them because they're a good person. It's not because they have good character. It's not because they have good standards, or like because they bring value to the community. We're embracing them just solely off of their skin color, and I think that that's kind of a destructive, you know what I mean, kind of
Mindset.
yeah,
100%.
because the people that look like you can cause you the most harm.
Well, a very common Southern saying is all skin folk ain't kin folk.
Right.
So
Right.
just because we look alike don't mean you got the best intentions for me. Because
Exactly.
I done been done dirty by people that look like me.
For real, multiple.
So,
Yeah.
like, let's really talk about it. But
Yeah.
before I hold your stream up anymore, I
Oh,
definitely
you
want to
good.
again, like I said, say thank you for bringing light to this platform.
No
As far
problem.
as using your platform to bring light to this situation. I'm sorry I said that incorrectly.
No, you good. I appreciate you
But
for coming up.
no, yeah, I just really want to stress that what you're doing is very important, and it is the change in the world that I think you're trying to ultimately see. And if I may, especially while I got you on live, and
Yeah.
I hope your following holds you accountable. I want to put you on the spot real quick, but you got to make a Discord game.
Oh, I got one. I'm just working on just getting it ready. I got one.
Okay, I'm gonna say yeah, cause I'm
Yeah, I
ready
got
to
one.
I'm ready to get in there. I need to be one of the mods.
I
Like
got one. It
we
should be lit
yeah,
too.
yeah.
Yeah,
We
it
we
should be lit.
definitely need to get a Discord going for you ASAP. Like So definitely. So now I got you on camera saying that. I'm holding you
No,
to it.
I'll drop the link
Yeah.
right now.
No, let me
Yeah,
know
I
if
got it.
I can do anything to help.
Yeah,
Get it, ready. But I'll just say, yeah, let's get a Discord going. Um, but yeah, let's just mobilize this shit, bro.
yeah,
And whatever I
definitely.
can do to, support, I got your back, gang.
Yeah, definitely. Not for real. No, I'm for real. I definitely got the Discord. It's in the works. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I tell
I
you what, tap in with me after your stream. I'm gonna let you finish. You do your thing. I'm being a cut. Just text me. Let's get the Discord going so we can get it out to your
okay.
people's ASAP. And yeah. I definitely want to be in there. I got to get my status though.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I feel you though, man. But I for real, I really appreciate you coming up, man, because you brought a lot of good insight to the stream, and I
Hey, I'm
appreciate
I'm
that.
in the
Real
cut,
talk. Real talk.
gang. Like I said, I'm locked for everything that you're doing. Like I said, I really appreciate you using your platform to even bring light to the situation. And I also, I support all the other stuff. And so I'm like I said, I'm in the cut, man. Just let me know whenever you need me to come back up there, bro.
Definitely, for sure. Like I said, it's an open invitation for me. You know what I mean? Like I like that. I need people to call in because I don't know. People, not everybody don't understand. You know what I'm saying? I'm not Kevin Samuels, so it's like
Yeah,
Kevin
yeah, yeah.
Samuels. He was good at doing that show by himself and all that kind of stuff. But me, I feel like where I shine more is like is hosting conversations.
I
That's
got you.
that was originally my original intent. And one day when we get to the point where it's like a bunch of viewers in here, then I love for it
Yeah,
to
yeah,
be
yeah.
where people just calling in back to back,
Okay,
and
okay.
it's
All right, hold on.
yeah.
Don't, no. Stop. Don't spill all the sauce on camera. Lock in with me, gang. Lock
For
in.
sure. Yeah, I hear
I text you, so
you.
yeah, just lock in with me, gang, and we'll. Hey, like I said in the comments, two heads are always better than one. So you got
Okay.
me. I'm supporting you. I'm rocking with you. I definitely jump on camera too because I ain't camera shy. But
Right.
yeah, I'm definitely down to work in the back scenes. And let's get this going, bro, because we definitely want to get this message out there. Like I said, I do what I can on my end, and we'll go from there, bro.
Oh, definitely, for sure, bro. I appreciate
All
you.
right, bro. Peace, bro. Love. I appreciate you, bro.
All right, peace out, man. Everybody, shout
All
out
right,
to my
bro.
boy E, man, because he came up here was dropping gems, guys. It's been a great show though, for real. This has been a great show. I really appreciate you guys for watching. Like I said, like I always say, you guys could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here and rock out with me and my people, and I appreciate y'all for that, like genuinely. So let's go. Let's try to read through these comments because we've kind of missed a lot of them. So I want to read through these comments because I appreciate everybody. Appreciate everybody for contributing to the stream. Um, let's see. Hold on. Time says, okay, my bad. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking through these comments. Discipline left the community. I think that's where we were at. Facts. Kids need their parents, and I think that's where we were at. Maz says Boondocks Granddad's fight is what is going on. Basically, for those of y'all that don't know, Granddad's fight is basically what we would describe as a nigga moment. And that nigga moment basically is when two black people get into a insane altercation, and that altercation usually as a result of nonsense. It's usually just nonsense. It's a nonsensical action between two blacks where they get into a fight for basically for no reason. And it's like the Boondocks is really good show for black social commentary, because even though they make everything funny, they still tell so much truth. And I love it. I love it. Mike Islami says, I love your programs. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you. Mad says it's the curse of the ninja moments. Yep. Yep, and that's exactly what this situation was. It was just a bad ninja moment. And I hate to say that, but it's just it's just unfortunate. Man says, "Yep, cams." Yeah. Man says we're living granddad's fight. Yeah, and basically, yeah. Time says clout is a drug, and clout has always taken over the black community. Our culture is a love hate relationship group of people. Um, he says the haves and have nots are black people. Respect money more than people's character, and that's absolutely true. Time says you can look for opportunity if you looking for handouts at the same time. Today's kids don't know about hard work when everything is handed to them. Uh, time says Time says you can't look for opportunity if you are looking for handouts at the same. Kid, yeah, kids today are lazy and not hard work. Plain and simple. Jimmy Villa says we need more truth channels like this. Thank you, Jimmy. Appreciate you. 100% on knowledge. Yeah, they were speaking facts, like real talk. They were dropping gems today. Man says they need to show granddad's fight to kids in jail and for adults in jail. Honestly, I think you're right. I think that episode would be a great episode as to act as a deterrent for people, because even just the situation where Granddad ended up going too far, I'm not gonna spoil the episode. But if you watch Boondocks, you know how that Granddad ninja moment turned out, and you know that it's not that it wasn't a pleasant experience. And this situation, ironically, lines up with that. Jimmy says victimization needs to be replaced with accountability. Matt says, yep, accountability. New York City Joe Black says the Democrat Party is not the problem. And I have to disagree with you, Joe. New York City Joe Black, you are absolutely wrong. The Democrat problem is a big, huge problem. It's a huge problem. Matt says vanity. Um, New York City Joe says, and yes, there is still racism, but he not sure why you would imply that, because I don't think that racism exists on a mass scale today. It doesn't mean that I don't think that there aren't racist people. I don't think systemic racism exists on a mass scale today. And I don't, yeah, that's just how I feel. It's just how I feel. I don't see it. I don't see it. I'm sorry. Jimmy says again, going back to the circle, reason why the community doesn't the circle reason why the community doesn't progress. Circle. Mez says actually it's a couple ism going on. Still, colorism is definitely one. Mm, okay. Uh, I mean, I would see colorism before I would see racism going on, if I'm being honest. Um, New York City Joe Black says, before we blame anyone else or a particular party, here are some examples of problems that hold us back. One, blacks unaliving other blacks. Two, black baby mamas overly aggressive. And three, financial illiteracy. I agree with that, but yeah, I agree with that. Um, Jimmy says, I do understand we are slaves to the technology we have, but that doesn't mean we can't change our morals. I agree. Matt says, batteries in the matrix. Joe says, going back to black baby mamas, you'll see a woman with 8 kids by 5 baby daddies, and the mother takes her anger over the lack of black men and support on their kids, leaving the young black boys of a bad impression of black women. which contributes to self-hate and the black men placing white women on a pedestal as the ideal woman. I agree with that. Um, Jimmy says 100%. They emulate just the creative aspect. Everything else, nope. Marcus Harrison stopped through. Appreciate you, bro. New, New York City Joe says, along with everything else I mentioned, black music, black culture, and the street mentality have all but ruined how far black people can go and how they are perceived by others. That's true. That's 100% true. It's 100% true. We don't have respect for ourselves and we allow all negativity into our homes, brains, and lifestyles. We willingly embrace it and then harass and laugh at those who have basic common sense. Jimmy says a lot of major cities need help changing the streets mentality. And if you're wondering why I'm reading all these chats, and it's because I value people's opinion and I value people that took the time to share their thoughts on the stream. So hopefully you guys are a little patient with me. Jimmy says class for sure. Yep, it's a class. It's a class thing. In the end of the day, it's your mentality. Jimmy says, I remember the late 90s. Everyone got along, and suddenly the late 2000s, we got separated, not just in race, but in everything. I find that wild. And guys, I'm gonna take a short intermission real quick, and then we're gonna come back, and we are gonna have just gonna wrap up this conversation and like really just go deep dive into basically more of my thoughts. So I'm gonna be right back, guys.
Não é só na vida que a vida não é na janela que se olha. Há uma linha clara perto da saída. Fecha os olhos e você vai ver. Não é só aqui que sol ilumina. Coisas do além que vão além. Quando de repente é coincidência, nem precisa se esforçar pra crer. Apagaram as luzes pra eu ver. just met you, but you look. Oh, girl, you blow my mind. I know what I would like to do, but you just keep on talking. I see your dog needs walking. Your folk drive you insane. I know, yeah, that's true. Of course, you ain't the one to blame. Keep on talking to me. You keep on telling me your dreams. You keep on talking to me. But I just wanna see you move. Yeah, I just wanna see you move. I just wanna see you move. Yeah, I just wanna see you move. Sure, I like to listen. It's not like I don't wanna know. It's just that you've been talking to me 3 nights in a row. I think it's time to let go. Forget the past, just lose control. Cause life's too short for yapping. Come on and dance, come give me soul. You keep on talking to me. You keep on talking to me. You keep on talking. You keep on talking to me. You keep on telling me your dreams. You keep on talking, but I just wanna see you move. 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 arrastou e levou as chances. Não sobrou mais nada depois da avalanche. Não sobrou mais nada depois da avalanche. Não sobrou mais nada depois da avalanche. Quando o piano já não quer mais tocar e as teclas pretas não saem do lugar, quando o corno inglês ter que ir pro xadrez porque não tem mais onde ficar. Quando o prelúdio nem começar e a semibreve cansar de respirar, quando o trombone não quiser assoprar e os dedos da harpa não vão dedilhar, quando todo mundo cantar a capela, porque a orquestra vai parar.
What's going on, y'all? So we are back. We are back. Just had a great show. Had a great show. Had a great conversation. Joined by two really dope dudes, man. And they brought a lot of insight, and I really love that because as much as I I genuinely enjoy coming up here and sharing my thoughts with you guys, right? But it's even better when you get to bounce your ideas and your thoughts off other people in real time, and it's also great to hear different perspectives because as you guys witnessed, there were things that we agreed upon and there were things that we didn't agree upon, like just various different things. Like me, I personally don't subscribe to the idea that there's this overarching group of people that are just orchestrating or that design every little thing. I personally have grown to put a lot of that onus on the black community, which is part of the reason why I say that the black culture is trash. And lately, I've even added the black community into that because at the end of the day, you can't exclude the community from the culture. And in reality, what I was doing is I was just trying to give, trying to shoot the black people bail. That's really what I was doing. And in reality, no, you can't say the culture is trash and not think about the community of people who are embracing the culture, right? So, before I share my thoughts, we're gonna go ahead and get back into these comments. Into these comments because I appreciate what you guys had to say and your input on the conversation. So Jimmy Vila says, in the end of the day, it's your mentality. Jimmy says, I remember late 90s, everyone got along, and suddenly late 2000s, we got separated, not just in race, but in everything. I find that wild. And I'm going to be honest, Jimmy, I actually think if you look at history, it's kind of started before the 90s, though. It started before the 90s. It would have had to have started like around the time when gangs when gangs started becoming a real problem. That's literally when it would have had to have started because yeah, I mean, I don't think that this just yeah. I mean, I was really young back then, but I don't see that. I didn't see that just starting in the 2000s. That's just the truth. It might have come to a head in the 2000s, but when Tupac and them was running around the gangster rap era, you know what I mean? Easy E, all them people, when they were running around, I mean, it was the same thing. It was the same thing. So I mean, I just, yeah, but I agree with the sentiment though, and I do find it wild too. New York City Joe says, I look at it as an ecosystem in life. Nothing will work to succession unless all roles are being fulfilled. It takes a sprinkle of this, a sprinkle of that, a dash of this, and a dash of that to make. I agree with that. It doesn't work no matter how small it, or he says it worked no matter how much, no matter how small the role is. The role contributed to the bigger picture. I agree with that, and that's what I think a lot of people, just don't value nowadays. Is the duty that their roles and the duty of their roles. Um, Jimmy says even reality shows are sick. I agree, they are. Jimmy says the stuff they promote are disgusting. Yeah, have y'all ever seen like baddies or any of that stuff? It's really bad. It's really bad. Mez says modern culture promotes fighting. One day I asked this little kid what he was into. He said two sports that can lead to brain injuries. One is football that his grandfather takes him that his grandfather takes the to the other it takes him to the other is UFC. Uh yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, man, I mean, yeah, I don't necessarily. I mean, I mean, yeah, I mean, technically, you're right. They can't. They do technically lead to brain damage, but I mean, yeah, technically, you're right. New York City Joe says I read a lot of books, magazines, news articles, essays, etc. from reputable factual sources. I am so proud of my personal growth and heightened awareness. Education is the key to seeing through BS, and that's facts. That's actually facts. But I basically, now that we got those comments out the way, I want to really get into this conversation. So those of you guys that are in right now, let me know what y'all thoughts are, how you feel about this video, and I'm gonna go ahead and play this. I'm gonna go ahead and play the video again, catch you guys up to speed, and then I'm gonna go ahead and just give my thoughts. Let's pull it back up. Sorry about this, guys. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Dang it.
For con
We have nudity.
for context, guys, there was a fight between two high school girls, two 15-year-old girls who met up to fight. And basically in this fight, one girl got the better of the other girl and she slammed her head against the concrete, and this caused the girl to go into having a seizure, and she's currently in critical condition. But let's go ahead and look at this video.
Details on a fight that landed one young woman in the hospital. Police say they have a suspect in custody in a case of what they call an assault on Friday. North County Police received a call to the area of Northgate Drive and Claudine Drive shortly after 2:30 on Friday. Now, as we told you yesterday, this fight did not take place in the grounds of Hazelwood East School. When police arrived, they found a young woman suffering from what they call a severe head injury. Police say a 15-year-old female suspect is in custody at St. Louis County Family Court on assault charges relating to the injuries, and an investigation is ongoing. Now, if you have any information at all, please contact St. Louis County Police Department. Here's a number for you, 636-529.
So, as you heard, these two girls, they met up, got into a fight. One girl is currently arrested. They're both 15 years old. So one girl is currently in the hospital fighting for her life. One girl is literally in the hospital fighting for her life. Another 15-year-old girl is currently in family court. She's arrested on assault charges, family court, and those charges are probably going to go up, if we're just being honest. The other girl is fighting for her life in the hospital. And as the information that we've gotten and heard as from backstory from our guest earlier, this was potentially this was like allegedly over a dude. So what we have here is two women, or two young women, young ladies, whatever you want to call them. These two young ladies that have been indoctrinated with black culture so far to the point to where it just leaks out in their actions. And I hate to say it like that, but that's what it is. And that's sometimes that's what negativity is. Negativity is like a virus and it oozes out. A lot of this situation I blame on black culture. I blame on black culture because black culture has a bad family structure. It glorifies the worst kind of people, and it shuns the best. This is a cultural issue. And at the end of the day, kids are being influenced by what they see and what they hear. They are a blank canvas. So at the end of the day, when are you as a community going to take accountability for the youth, for the young people, and actually try to build something? Take accountability and build something, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that have to live in this world. If you want to look at a culture, you have to look at the youth, and the youth are a reflection of that. Now, I'm not saying that they represent all youth. I'm not saying that they represent all of black culture. But what I am saying is this situation represents the worst of black culture. And that's what we need to address. That's what we need to talk about. This situation represents the worst of black culture. And at the end of the day, I said it. I'm not going to play the video because I'm not going to participate in spreading around that and to where her family got to look at that. I'm not going to participate in that. It was a brutal video. Brutal video. That's all you need to know. And I'm not here to lie to you. If I could play the video for you guys, I would do it. But I don't want to see it. I didn't want to watch the video for myself. And the truth of the matter is, because I'm sick of seeing this. I'm sick of seeing this. I'm sick of seeing people's bodies and people going limp on cameras because they getting into these fights in social media and they want to broadcast it. I'm tired of watching it. And honestly, you should be too. You should be tired of looking every day and seeing the worst of us. The worst. You should be tired of seeing kids just overly violent. Overly violent. We're not talking about just kids tussling and having normal fights. Overly violent. No value for human life. That's what we're dealing with. They don't value human life. You know why? Because the culture doesn't value human life. So what do you expect them to do? What do you expect them to do? Now, I'm not going to sit here and belabor the point. We've been here 4 hours, guys. 4 hours. But I need y'all to know that this is not something that should ever be okay. It's not something that it should. It's not. This is normal behavior for us that live in St. Louis. This is normal behavior, but it shouldn't be, and that's the problem. So I'm gonna pose the question to you guys. What do you think we should? What can we do about this? What can we do about this? What roles can we play? Because the only thing that I can see is reintroducing standards and a family structure, that a solid family structure, which in turn will give kids conviction, a certain conviction, and with giving them that conviction, they'll be able to actually like have some type of moral foundation. We need a moral foundation. We need a strong family structure. We need a value for human life. And that's just my take on it. I'm tired of seeing it. I've been tired about it. Anybody that's been rocking out with my channel for over a year, you know the reason why I originally made my Black Culture is Trash video is because I was tired of seeing people recording bodies. When I made Black Culture was Trash, the original one, it was because Takeoff just got murdered. And we seen it on camera. It was because that girl in Mexico got beat out of her life. And we saw it on camera. Get tired of watching videos, fighting in the bathroom, somebody gets slammed on their neck. I'm tired of watching it. Why aren't other people tired? You can't only be upset at this stuff when someone gets hurt. I've been in the position when I made that original video talking about divesting from Black culture, when I had enough, when I realized that it was Black culture that is behind these incidents and these situations, when I realized that, and I originally said I was going to divest from Black culture, because that's what happened. I originally said I'm divesting from Black culture. The reason is because I was sick of seeing this. And here we are. Here we are. Nipsey Hussle, record the body. Takeoff, record the body. Mike Brown, record the body. At the end of the day, I genuinely believe that people are hypocrites. People are hypocrites because they continuously embrace this behavior, indulge in this behavior, but then at the same time, the only time they ever really care is when things get real. The only time they care is when things get real. And if it didn't get real, then they wouldn't care. They'd be laughing at the girl. If the girl just beat her up, we'd be laughing at her. Be laughing at her. When I said I was going to divest from Black culture, that meant me divesting from looking at those types of videos for entertainment. That's what that meant. It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. And and just in all seriousness, I do want to take a moment to just hope and pray that that girl is okay. That's not how her story ends. We don't want that for her. And I'm praying the best outcome for her. It's an unfortunate situation and it's sad. It's really sad. It's really sad, guys. I'm not even gonna lie to you. But on that note, if you do get a chance, look in the description. Look in the description. Check out my Amazon store. You might you might find something great to check out. So tune into that. I have more videos and I want to have more of these kinds of discussions, but I also want to have more panels. I'm still working on the panel that I'm still working on the panel that I was getting together for the classy women versus the modern woman, like or I should say the traditional women versus modern woman debate that I want to have. Um, Basically, we got a lot of things coming. And, I'm not gonna get into everything, but I just hope you guys will stay tuned. Stay tuned to that because, like I said, we going up. So it's on that note. I am J Red Unfiltered, and thanks for rocking out with me for real. I appreciate it. And on that note, I am out. Salute.